on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
I think that's part of the reason, like, I'm such a great flat earth activist, is because you see this stuff and it just breaks your heart, dude. Like, so bad. When I found out space is fake and they're lying to everybody about the globe. Oh, man.
Sometimes I put...
Hey, I'm FTFE, welcome back to the channel that stubs stupidity in barrels of hydrofluoric acid. That was once again Flat Derp with The Adventures of Nancy Boy. You can find his channel by simply typing in Flat Derp. He is absolutely fucking hilarious. Just noticed that one of my images hasn't loaded, so let me get that in. Tonight we are going to have a debate between someone who's been on the channel a few times, why you are an idiot. The answer is quite simply, he is an idiot. But I'm not here to debate him. We have someone who hasn't been on the channel before, and I don't think has done a live debate before. It's called The Absurdist. Link to his channel is in the description. So why don't we just get into introducing the guys? We'll start with The Absurdist, as he's new. Why don't you just take 2 minutes and say hello, introduce yourself to people, tell them where they can find you and stuff.
Hello, you can hear me, yeah?
Yes, we can all hear you.
I'm good. Amazing. All right. I'm the Absurdist. My channel is basically the largest one you'll find with that name on YouTube. I'm on Spotify with my podcast for Podcast 1408. We talk about horror stuff. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, basic variations of the Absurdist. Pretty fine. It's all on my channel. I like me, honestly. I don't know if I'll be very good, but hopefully you will enjoy me.
All right, well, thank you for coming on. And joining for the other side is Why You're an Idiot, CJ. Welcome back to the channel. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? How you been?
I've been good.
You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a tin can like normal, but what can we expect from a flat earther in technology? I saw your recent
already
video.
know I need a new computer.
I saw your recent video about me. It was, should we say, suitably dumb? What did you think you were trying to achieve with that video?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to spread the message. It's real simple. You know me. I'm just trying to spread my message because we all gotta die eventually.
And what is that message?
One, you're an idiot. And the fact that the Bible is telling the truth and religion is telling the truth.
Ooh.
Okay?
Ooh.
And, and atheism is religion. Because, there's a whole bunch of imaginary things inside atheism.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that would definitely disagree with that. But
I don't care if they disagree with that. They can't prove it.
My teacher, man.
Well, you two are here to have the debate, so why don't you just get into it and talk about what you're going to talk about? I know you want to talk about religion and a bit of flat Earth. Oh, actually, just before we do, I've got a couple of super chats I'll read out. Jessica G, welcome as always. $2 says, "Wits it, gets it, scurried back, bok bok bok." That's in response to a $1.99 super chat from Wits It Gets It. I always do enjoy flat earthers sending me money. Who asks, "Is time physical?" Wits It, I have told you many, many times, you will get all your answers from me once you actually face me in debate. I'm not going to just answer you via super chats and stuff. I know where the question, "Is time physical?" is going, because you are going to then say, well, how can you bend something that isn't physical, talking about space-time, and you're trying to say, how can I add physical properties to maths, blah, blah, blah. And it's simply you don't understand these things we're talking about. I am more than happy to explain them to you in debate, but you and I need to debate, not just you coming in saying, "I'm not going to debate you," and throwing a super chat. No, I won't turn off super chats. I did that once for Sleeping Warrior because of a specific arrangement we had. But no, that's a cop-out. Witsit, stop being a wussy. If you want to debate me, I'm here, and I will debate you anytime. I usually do Monday night debate, so make yourself available on Monday, and you and I can throw down. Spooked for $5 says Witsit doesn't get it. Absolutely. Elia Moon for $5 says blah 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 derp. Why you're an idiot 2020. That was a direct quote from you, wasn't it? Why you're an idiot. I'm just gonna say yeah. Draco Fire for $2 says
whatever. I don't care. I just want to get this debate started.
Draco Fire for $2 says first live stream in ages. Dumpster fire time. I'm sure it will be with CJ. And then Donna Lamb for $5 says, is time an independent variable? According to 67 citations that I have, yes, time is a independent variable.
67, man.
I know. It's not hard to get them. Right, CJ, why don't you start it off then? Just on your...
Actually, I want him to start off because he's the one who asked to debate me. So what's your first question?
Honestly, I was pretty drawn to your channel after seeing some of your videos and just the way that you sell the on your channel, because like I get it, and it's like from it. It's just the way that you take the things that you take away from the videos just feel a little, they're a little confused, and I just wanted to see what would happen if I actually talked to you, saw what you were like, and see what make him out of it.
Okay, look, I'm just a regular guy. Okay, don't
figured.
exaggerate it. All right. Yeah.
It's just channels.
So what's your first question? What's your real first question? What do you have?
My real first question. It's mostly the way atheism as a religion.
You're breaking up.
Yeah. Sorry, you were breaking up a little bit there, bud. Could you just refresh the connection, come back in? That should sort it out.
Refresh the connection.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He'll be back in 1 sec.
Are we good?
Yeah, that sounds better. Right. Sorry. Why don't you start that again?
All right. So I was mostly interested and kind of bothered by the way that you view atheism as you said, a religion, and as believing in the mathematics. Because I don't see how that makes sense. The whole is it's the absence of religion. You don't believe in a religion. That's the purpose of it.
No.
So it doesn't make any sense.
Atheism is a religion because you need blind faith. There's things that you atheists believe that is completely blind faith based.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would
Craig knows this? I've told him this before.
Well, you told me, but
that are completely blind faith.
I have an important question about how faith requires God, because specifically some other religions, or just things viewed in that sense, like voodooism, they don't really have one system. They have a collected thing of teachings. And they don't really require one God or even a God to have a faith. So how would that make any sense? There's just supernatural stuff that doesn't require any faith in a God. Like, people have faith in things that don't require a God at all. So how does that make sense?
Do I really want to get into the voodoo thing, or should I stick to the atheism?
I mean, it's suitably crazy, so why not?
Voodoo was an example.
Voodoo was an example. Fire.
Yeah, I know, you're using voodoo as an example. But what I'm saying is that, how do I say this? Because most atheists don't even realize this. Most atheists, when you were a kid and you open that science book, in your head, the most, even if you didn't believe all of it, most of it was true. Now, I'm coming around and telling you, that science book is complete and utter garbage. Like, what you learned in school is basically 90% of it is a lie.
Now, speaking as someone who's opened a high school textbook, I've never once thought, oh my God, this is the truth. I thought, why is there a penis drawn in this book? That is my main problem. I understand the point. People do look in and see where the problems are, where the curriculum isn't getting it right, and the stuff they're teaching is based on things that have been proven over time through methods that have been tested for hundreds of years. They've been altered, they've been perfected. They're still working on them, yes, but they don't require faith. They require research and testing.
Okay, well then you say it doesn't require faith. Okay, I want you to. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I want you to prove to me that the core of the Earth exists. Remember, it's supposedly 4,000 miles under the ground. The core of the Earth is supposedly 4,000 miles under the ground. Now, have you ever seen the core with your own eyes? Have you ever seen the core? You haven't. So you're going based off blind faith. That's what you're doing.
I have a question for you.
That's one blind faith belief in the science book. In a science book, there's more. Ken Hovind, I think he went through like 40% of the science books, and he said like 40% of this is faith. It's just it's blind faith. Ken Hovind said it, and I looked through it, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's right. You add flat Earth into that, then basically you're talking about 90% of what's in there is fake, because they're telling you the Earth is a ball. Yeah, good luck proving that. And on top of that, you still got to prove the core. There's no core. Craig. You see this picture over here that Craig is showing? This is a drawing. This is not physical. Yeah, but this is not physical reality. I want the whole. I want the actual whole. I would literally spend money, like thousands of dollars, to go fly and pay money just to go down to see how far I can get.
Oh, trust me, CJ, if we could raise the money to send flat earthers to the center of the Earth, we'd raise that money.
No, it sounds like you can't. It's not possible. It's not doable. So the core of the Earth is imaginary. It's a blind faith belief, and that's what atheists believe. So that means you believe in.
But you're religious. That all atheists believe in science. Some atheists just don't believe in that. They just simply.
I don't think every atheist, but the majority of them do. I promise you, the majority of them do. I've gone around. Trust me, I've walked around before, and I've talked to people just regularly, like, "Hey, you think the core of the Earth exists?" And then, yeah. They tell me, yeah, and I'm like, "Hey, can you prove it?" And then they have this stunned look on their face, like, "What? Oh yeah, I never really thought about it."
Okay, there's this Canadian late night show. I can't remember his name. It really does kill me. I have a problem with the name for the late night shows. I didn't even know who Seth Meyers was a while ago. But I only bring it up because he walked up to random strangers in the States and asked them, "Hey, did you hear about all of these things? Do you know where the Earth stands in the circulation?" They were like, "Oh yeah, it's in the center. It's all these things." And obviously he's leading them to that, but people will just believe or say things that they hear, and it's not automatically truth. People can be led to say things. It's not things are true. I don't know. I went off into a tangent.
Yeah. Don't worry, man. This is your first debate, so I don't even blame you, man. Don't worry. Don't worry. When I did my first debate, I was nervous, anxious, and
yeah, I'm a little nervous, It's like
don't worry. Don't be nervous. After a few times,
I'm not too. Debates, the science stuff. I don't know too much about. It's the religion that I really do get, because that stuff I put in a lot of. I was actually very religious for a while. Like I believed the Bible like it was the thing. I went to Sunday. I volunteered at I still volunteer actually at a clothing exchange, although COVID has messed that up. And my problem isn't with the believing in it or anything like that. It's the way that people act with the belief. Because church can be great, but church, some of them preach things that don't make any sense. Like they aren't even in the Bible.
Yeah, I know. I know this.
People
I know. That's why. No, that's why most true believers don't go to church. The church building. Most true believers, they don't go to church. I haven't gone to church in years. I know that sounds weird, right? That
actually is a very interesting take. Huh? That's
I haven't gone to church in years.
So then, what's your opinion on the? What's your what exactly is your opinion on Christianity then? Like as a religion? I need to understand.
It's not that. when you say Christianity, do you mean the Bible or the people? Which one?
I mean the Bible and the way the Bible has affected the world. Because the way the world has affected the Bible, I mean. Because the Bible has changed over and over again based off of just problems or just ideas that they wanted to change in society. Like Protestantism was mostly invented so a king could just get divorced and marry someone else who could give him kids.
Yeah, I know. There's let's just say there's a whole bunch of how do I say this? There's a whole bunch of reasons for why there's so many different versions. One of the reasons is because you get paid, whether people want to believe this or not. You actually get paid a good because Bible. Whether people want to believe it, the Bible sells. Just hands down.
No,
Bible
it
sells.
does.
Bible,
Best-selling book in
when it
history.
comes to religious texts, they sell. So
They
what
put
a lot of
Bible
people
in
do is
every
like
hotel room.
Yeah.
no. So what? No,
I think
what
it should be
they
in the fiction
do.
section, though.
No, they put it in
Do
the
it,
drawer of every single hotel room in the United States.
Yeah.
Or they at least did for a very long period. I
So
don't
what's
know.
going? Look,
Again.
what's happening
Yeah.
is that because in order to have your book published, you need a 10% difference in
Yeah.
the book. So basically, each of these books has a 10% difference in it.
Okay.
So that way the person can make money. Now, of course, there's going to be some people who are going to try and be as accurate as possible. But then you're going to have another group
Yeah.
of people who are just going to straight up do it for the money. That's just the reality. And I've seen it happen. Like the NIV, like I freaking hate the NIV. Like it's so inaccurate. It's
But you
actually
like the
insane.
King James Bible. But what about the King James
Oh yeah, I
Bible?
love the King
Because
James. Yeah.
But that Bible has been altered fairly off of some of the original stuff, just because of not even that version alone, but also because of the Council of Nicaea. Though there
Yeah,
is
the Council of Nicaea. Yeah.
where they changed a decent amount of what was originally written, and lots of things were
No.
changed over time.
What they did is they took out certain books and separated them. Because you had the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilee, the Book of Joshua. They took out certain books because these books really give a lot more detail. To what's actually going on in the Bible. If you remove these books, you can still get an idea, but it's going to be a little bit more confusing.
Oh, you mean
But
like how
once
you've got
you
the normal
read-
Superman comics, and then if you read
read-
Earth 1, it's a lot more detailed.
Wait.
Yeah, I like those fiction
Wait,
books.
No.
But my question is, it's the Word of God. This is literally the Word as He tells it to the prophets. Why would you ever remove it or change it? It is the Word as He tells it from mouth to ear.
Yeah,
That seems like
think of it
whatever
like
we're
because you're thinking about it as one book. It's for a fact it's several
It's many
books put
books.
into one. Yeah, it's many books
them
put
are
into one.
supposed to be
But the reality, it's
parts.
just many books. Like I can separate each chapter from the Bible, okay, and
Yeah.
create a variety of different books. Okay.
But why would you ever take
So
out the
there's
parts?
look. To me, I have no issue with it because the other books that they took out, they're still here. If you want to read the Book of Enoch, still there. You want to read the Book of Joshua, still there. You want to read Jubilee, still there. You want to read the Apocalypse of Abraham, still there. You want to read Norse mythology, still there. Greek, still there. Sumerian, still. It's all still there. You just have to take the time to read it.
Yeah.
And then once you read it, everything else starts to make sense. Like there's stuff in the Bible that I couldn't make sense of until I started reading these other texts. And it's like, oh, okay, so this is what's really going on. And then that's when I realized that religion as a whole, the ancient religions as a whole, it's one big story. Meaning that, how do I say this? The Bible, Vedic Sanskrit, the Quran, Greek, Norse, Sumerian.
It's like Infinity
Joshua,
War.
like all these books are telling like basically the truth in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes it's from the bad guy's point of view, and sometimes it's from the good person's point of view. Because if you read Vedic Sanskrit, it's basically fallen angel writing. Vedic Sanskrit, to anyone that it is fallen angel writing. That's from their point of view, from the fallen angels. That they make themselves look like good guys.
So you just
and they say that my God is bad.
He just kind of goes with all the religions and chucks them into one, huh?
Well, I feel
I've
the
said this
same way, but
before.
I think it's in a different section of the library, is my perspective, and it's fair. It's your perspective is fair. I understand it because I did actually. I I I struggled because I figured out what was true because I was bothered. There are many. You can access all of the things that were taken out of the Bible, and when you look at it, it does make sense. But you can look at the way that how it was changed and the way that it was presented to people. It was used instead of as the Word of God or a respectful way of the teaching of malicious weapon that was used against people in a horrible way. Like, just look at what happened with the. I know it's a low blow to mention the Catholic priests, the big thing in 2001 where they revealed hundreds and I don't know for years and years of them molesting people, molesting children,
Yeah.
and
This has been going
and
on since,
faith.
that molestation of kids and killings and stuff like that?
Yeah,
That has been going on since the 1700s. Yeah, you can
yes,
read
but
about this when the Puritans came to America,
yeah,
Christopher Columbus and all of them, when the Puritans
yeah,
came to America, they wrote letters back, back to the Pope and, all these things saying, like, we know what you're doing. You're evil, blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
You are against God and you're going against God. So, but the thing
but
is, it doesn't matter. There's a section of the world that has fallen for it. There are people who worship the Pope. When did God
but
say to worship a freaking human?
yeah, he never said that. That's my point. But my problem isn't with the people, even that, because the people are separate from the religion, and what we're talking about is the religion. And the part I was pointing out was the faith is so strong and so blind in religion that it consumes people in a way that they can no longer differentiate what they themselves view as right and wrong. Because we can all objectively gain some kind of understanding of that throughout life, but somehow it blinded parents to just accept this as a part of life. It blinded preachers to this is completely reasonable. It blinded institutions that this was just something to deal with. And my point with it is that kind of belief isn't what atheism or a lot of things that are non-religious or anything like that are like. That religion seems to be or affect people in some kind of gang mentality where they just all kind of accept what is happening because they're together. You understand
Yeah,
what I mean?
it's true. Yeah, what you're saying is true because this is just religion. Well, I can't say it's not because remember I said
Yeah.
atheism is religion. You atheists do the same thing. You congregate. I'm
We
telling you this right now. I go on Reddit. I go on YouTube. I go on several
yeah, we do
forums.
congregate. Yeah.
You atheists do congregate together. So it's the
Well,
But we're
same thing.
congregating as
Same
people.
yeah,
We're
we
mentality.
like to get
congregating
away
as
from
people.
It's the
stupidity.
same thing. No, look, it's the same mentality. You just have a
But
different
we're
view. That's all it is. But
So,
it is the same
so are you
mentality.
saying if I want to go and hang out with a bunch of my friends, I've got the same mentality as religion? Because that's dumb as fuck.
Uh, no, no, no,
yeah.
no. That's called herd mentality. Your belief system is your belief system. Because I
I don't
have
have a
friends, and
belief system.
we have different belief systems. But the reason we hung out is because
Yeah.
we have similar interests. Okay, but
Yeah,
there is
I bet all
as
your
much as
friends had the
people want
similar
to say
interest
it,
of enjoying
there's
laughing at you.
I mean, just look at COVID. Look at COVID.
I
There's
would like
people, right?
I
They
would,
have a herd mentality. They're wearing masks like animals. They really are. They're wearing masks like animals. They have a herd mentality. I
are
don't.
you saying
I'm
COVID? Oh yeah,
separated
you're
from
saying
that.
COVID isn't real. You're right. I forgot. You have that video about COVID.
Oh
I
my
do
god,
watch your
Yeah.
channel. I enjoy your content.
it is
I'm happily
hilarious.
subscribed. I have the bell notification on. I support your stuff, man.
Why
That's
you
enough
don't like
for
the
me.
mask either? You don't like the mask
I
either?
no, I do agree with the masks. I just enjoy hearing other people's perspectives on the thing because I think it is important for us all to share our thing. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a safe world if we can all talk about our beliefs and have them safe. To believe
Yeah.
them, like you
Please.
have a right to believe
There's
what you
this.
want to believe.
Yeah. Don't worry. Things Like right now YouTube. How do I say this? YouTube right now is the thought police. There's
Yeah.
atheistic channels that are being closed down, and there's also Christian channels that are being closed down. There's Muslim channels that are being closed down. Like basically anyone who's basically speaking against the narrative, when they find you, they're gonna delete you. That's basically
Like,
what's going to happen.
Exactly. Or if you don't even like fit the way that they can sell their
Sell their
website
channel.
as,
Okay.
they'll just ruin you. And it's not to say that YouTube is bad. It's a company. It's protecting its assets, but it doesn't allow for people to be able to do stuff like what you do on a scale.
Yeah, I don't. I've already had 2 accounts deleted.
Yeah.
This is my 3rd account. This is my 3rd account. I've already had 2 accounts deleted. I just put everything back up again. I have all my videos. I have it all saved. I remember Team Skeptic. I think it was Team Skeptic. I think he said he lost like half of his videos or all of his videos or something. I was just like, dang, he should have just saved it up.
So,
whatever.
Should we talk about how you think the Bible proves the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's also confusing.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not confusing seeing as I've read the Bible, but it's a little confusing seeing as you believe that.
Right. Yeah. CJ, why don't you try and justify that, because it's always fun. Let's try and keep on one topic, all right? Because it's been a bit all over the place so far, right? So
I know. It's been a bit all over the place.
Let's try and stick with how CJ thinks the Bible proves flat Earth, and we can all point and laugh. I mean, listen to that.
No, I mean, it's obvious. Besides the fact that when you look at the verses alone, it says so. It says the Earth has 4 corners. Okay, it has 4 corners. It's set on pillars, which means a minimum of 4 pillars. We're basically talking about a table. And then he said he inscribed a circle on the table. He inscribed a circle on it. Yeah.
I have an important question, just overall. Do you take the devil being a literal snake as... Do you take the devil being a snake in Eden as a literal snake or just as a snake? Because 4 corners is normally used as a metaphor, especially considering the time period.
No. The Satan is a reptilian. That's basically what he is. Basically, reptilians are angels. You can look it up in any religion.
You just continue, please. Just speak it. Just continue. Please explain. I don't understand how we're angels.
I'm pretty sure you've heard of it in the UFO community. They talk about reptile people.
I have yet to be too big in the UFO community. Please, this is your chance to teach me everything.
Okay.
I have no idea.
If you look into the UFO community, there are stories of people seeing lizard-like creatures in their house. One person even got abducted, saying that I got abducted and there were aliens around me and a lizard creature that could walk with hands and all this. And it's okay. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That sounds insane. It just does. It sounds insane. Until you look into the Apocalypse of Abraham. If you look to anyone in the chat that wants to look at this, go to Apocalypse of Abraham and read chapter 23. Chapter 23. Apocalypse of Abraham, chapter 23. It gives you a detailed description of what Satan looks like. He's basically a lizard person that can stand up, and he has wings. Okay, so what do we know, or what do people talk about that they've seen that's like that? They call them reptilians. So basically, when a person, if what they're saying is true, if their experience of seeing a reptilian is true, that means they saw an angel. They saw a fallen angel. That's what that means. That's what was in the garden. It's not a joke. People think I'm joking, but it's no. That's what was in the garden. Read the Apocalypse of Abraham. Chapter 23. It's right there. Anyone who wants to read it, go for it. We're basically talking about a walking lizard with arms and hands and wings. That's pretty much it.
Well,
I know, it sounds insane, right?
It really
Yes.
will not sugarcoat it. I could not handle that. My mind is blown.
So just to
Jesus.
clarify, angels are lizard people with wings.
No, some of them are.
Oh, only some of them are.
Yeah.
So what are the ones
Well,
that aren't?
he did make a point that he's talking about one specific one that was described that way in a book that is no longer included with the Bible. It's a DLC. You have to pay extra. I'm very sorry, guys.
Aye, it was the Origin expansion, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So which ones are lizard people, CJ?
What?
Which of the angels are lizard people?
Or reptilians.
Yeah, you know.
A reptilian.
Well, that's what people call them. You know, that's what people pretty much call them today. They call them the reptilians. And like people think this is people think this is insane, but I'm letting you know, in the UFO community, there are millions of people, talking about they've seen stuff that stuff has walked inside their room. They've seen stuff when they went out for a hike. You know, stuff that just sounds insane. But it's affected them so much that they've changed their whole life.
Okay, I have a question, all right? And this is another point I'm going to make that I think does differentiate atheism from religion. You see the way religion creates this kind of mentality where they just accept things, and they do very weird things, but they're not that weird because lots of people have been doing it for a while. The UFO community doesn't sound too far off from some of the earlier Christian stuff, the way they behaved and some of the things that they did, and just talked, oh my, I talked to God, hear angels, just that with UFOs, and you can kind of see it creates this unhealthy world where these things that don't make sense, they just kind of accept and and they don't really check into it, or what they check into is information that agrees with them. Whereas atheism, like I'm an atheist, and I looked into most of it. I've never looked into UFO stuff, so I cannot speak to a great extent.
Let me ask this question. Have you ever seen a UFO?
Never. That I know of. That I know of.
Have you ever seen an alien? Yeah, I know. People see weird stuff in the sky, so I understand that.
So let's try and get this back on to how the Bible proves the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Oh God.
Yes. We got a little off into.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, the moment I said reptilians are basically angels, fallen angels.
You knew it was going down.
We completely got off track.
Yeah, it's okay, man. It was enjoyable. So tell us. Earth is flat according to the Bible.
No, come on. Just read the description of, I think there's 50-something verses, maybe more than that, 60 or 70, and they're all describing basically a flat square plane set on pillars with a circle inscribed with a glass dome on top, and then water covering it, and another layer covering the water holding it in. And we're inside. Basically, we're pets in a cage. That's basically what we are.
If I can just say for one second, I'm not an expert on religion in any sense, right? But I've read the Bible cover to cover a few times, and I don't remember it saying the Earth is flat. Could you point me to the specific passage that says the Earth is flat? I mean,
turning.
What do you reckon, CJ? Could you point me to the specific passage that says the Earth is flat?
I think he's trying.
Did I break you?
If I'm correct, Revelation 7:1, and then we talk about...
So the apocalypse. The apocalypse describes the Earth?
And to be clear, it says the words, the Earth is flat, right?
No. It gives a description of it.
Right, cool, but
I'm looking for the description of how the Earth is built.
But I'm looking for the specific passage.
Oh, you're looking for an exact wording saying the Earth is flat? No.
Yeah.
You got to look at it gives you descriptions of how the world is built, and then you just take it together, and you end up with pretty much with a table.
That sound like
and then it's we're pets in a cage. That's basically what you end up with.
Doesn't that sound like an unacceptable amount of information? Wouldn't that feel like more faith? You're just trusting that this is the correct thing, because it may not be the right interpretation. You are trusting that the way you're interpreting it is correct.
I mean, everyone can see the dome. Like, everyone on Earth can see the dome. Like, all you got to do is walk
I've
outside.
never seen the dome.
Yes, you have. You see it every day. You see that blue sky? That blue sky, that's a solid object.
That's okay.
Yeah,
So you don't believe
sky,
that rockets have ever gone into space?
So the color blue is solid. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, we've
been through this already. Craig, we've been through this already. Yeah, that's a solid object. That blue sky, that's not some ethereal thing you can pass your hand through. No, there's a certain point where you will hit it.
So
okay, I have an important question. So CJ, you CJ, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So by chance, did you really like the movie The Truman Show? Because it's starting to. How is?
Yeah, you could say it's like just a bigger version of The Truman Show. A bigger version. That's all it is. It's just a bigger version of The Truman Show.
So what's past
and
the?
Better built. What was the question?
I didn't really have a real question. It was just a joke.
All right, so you broke up a bit.
Hold on, you're breaking up. Yeah, he's breaking up.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Go.
All right. I'm flustered. I don't know how to respond. Like
No, try. Sorry, you're breaking up, dude. Try refreshing your join link again.
Yeah, refresh it because all I heard was I don't know how to respond because.
It's a lot of stupid. Yeah, just refresh your join link if you.
Shut up, Craig.
Just make sure there's no sound gate or anything on you. Sorry about this, guy. Give me 1 sec to get his sound sorted. No, there's no sound gate on there. Alright, I'll come back in a sec. Alright, while we're waiting for the Absurdist to come back in, I'll read some super chats. Oh wow, guys, thank you very much. There's a lot already, and a few new members. Okay, where did we get to? Jessica G for $2 says, Witsit, a logical presupposition, gets it. Yeah, Witsit, if you're still there, Monday, my offer is open to you. Then we have Rick's World for $2 Canadian says, Witlets gets nothing, afraid of super chats. Yeah, the whole I won't come on your channel unless you demonetize is a cop-out that I'm not going to allow to be a thing. You want to come on my channel and stand up for your beliefs? Do it. Don't demand I turn off super chats. I've worked hard to build this channel. And we've got Major Tom became a new member. Thank you. Welcome to the Scrappers. You can now use the cool emoji of Nathan Thompson in jail. Then we have Bill McGuire for $2 says, the moon had bite marks in it last night. What do you think about that, CJ?
I mean, is this really a question? You already know the deal.
Tell everyone the deal.
That's a whole nother topic that we can go into.
So, just in case anyone isn't aware, CJ thinks the moon is a wolf's chew toy. I'm not joking.
I don't think. I know it is.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, he knows it's a wolf's chew toy. The Absurdist still hasn't come back in. Maybe he's having issues. Give me a second. I'm going to message him. Alright, and we've got Crafty Keela for €2 says, click like or why you are an idiot will be hiding in your closet, and trust me, nobody wants that. Elia Moon for $2 says, oh, fuck my life, he believes his own bullshit. Yeah, CJ, we've got a lot of people in the chat that are calling you a Poe. Do you believe what you're saying, or are you making it up?
Oh, God, please, not this. We've been through this already, man.
He says he's not a Poe, and I've spoken to him offline.
Poe, Dunning-Kruger, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, you definitely have Dunning-Kruger, that's for sure.
No. That's you guys. You guys remember, you're the atheists. You believe in imaginary things, Craig.
I don't.
We've been over this.
No, that's literally like religion. I don't believe in anything. I follow evidence and logic.
Remember, you're the one who believes the core of the earth exists. No, you are the one who believes the core of the earth exists.
Hey, CJ.
Not
CJ, me. Does your brain exist?
really? I can. You want to cut it open so we can check?
Well, no, I'm just asking, does it exist? Have you ever seen it with your own eyes?
Of course, yeah. And it's a few inches deep. Anyone could cut it open, look,
No.
and find a brain.
Your brain specifically. Have you seen your own brain?
Of course, but I felt it.
No. I'm asking if you've seen it with your own eyes.
No, of course not.
Well, then aren't you just going on blind faith that you've got a brain?
No, because I can feel it.
No,
when I hurt my head.
Oh, that's
yes,
your
I
head.
have.
No, you're making an assumption that it's your brain that's hurting.
You're gonna tell me your brain has never bumped up against your skull and then like you feel like a little bit of pain?
That's your head hurting. You're just making an assumption that it's your brain. I'm asking if you've ever seen
No,
your
you
brain
move
physically.
around. It happens. You could like if you shake your head too much and do all that, it'll eventually your brain and you can feel it and it'll hurt.
You're just making an assumption that you've got a brain though. You've never seen the brain. You've never touched it. You've never
and you want to know the difference?
You've never dug down.
And you want to know what's funny? You want to know the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this: my brain is only like an inch or 2 inches away. You can literally cut my head open and you can find my brain. You can't dig 4,000 miles and find the core.
Well, you know what?
Sorry,
I would dispute the fact that if we cut into your head, we find a brain.
Yeah, I would dispute it for you too, especially with the skull that I've seen.
Yeah. So
you got that
basically, you're going on complete blind faith that you've got a brain. That's good to know. That's how your logic
I admit
works.
I'm religious. Well, there's a difference between me and you. I admit I'm religious. You deny it.
No,
when
because
in
I'm
reality,
not in the slightest. We can measure the core of the earth. We can detect it in many, many ways.
Yes, you are. Religious beyond belief. Well, hold on. Is he
It's
back
amazing.
yet?
No, he's not back yet. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Right,
Because me and you kind of debated many times, so I don't want to keep doing this over and over again.
I'm just going to send him a new link.
Oh, he's not able to get back in?
No, just give me a sec. I'll sort it out. Where's his link? There. Right. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Technical difficulties is always fun. Alright, he should come back in now. Alright, let me read a couple more super chats. McCabe for 5 Australian dollars says, using your logic, CJ, you can't prove you have a brain unless you open your skull. Exactly what I was just saying. And then he asks, are you really this stupid? Oh, he did say he's not a Poe, guys, so that means he is this stupid. Then we've got Charlie Welch, who has also become a new member. Thank you very much. Use the cool emojis. David Oliver for £2 says, blind faith, LMFAO. I know, it's amazing how flat earthers have to twist around things. No, you're the ones that believe in stuff. You're the ones that think in supernatural.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. I already admit that I believe in stuff with blind faith.
Yeah,
I admit
you
it.
have to tell me
the issue is you're not admitting it. No, the issue is you're not admitting that you don't believe certain things off blind faith. I'm able to admit it.
No, I don't.
I'm able to admit it.
I have evidence. Right, Ilya.
No, you don't.
I do.
You don't. But
no, you just deny it. You do. You just deny it, don't you? Ilya Moon for $5 says.
Remember, you have your fake science. Because remember, I'm only talking about one thing. We talked about the core before. Let's not go through the rest of that science book.
Ilya Moon for $5 says blind faith, says the Christian. I know, it's amazing. The Casual Spaceman for £5 says, why are an idiot? Have you seen the flat earth as a whole?
Me?
Yeah.
Have I seen? Of course not.
So more blind faith. War Coded 01 for $5 says, I mean, technically atheism is the belief in there not being a god, but that's about it. No, I wouldn't say it's a belief there isn't a god. It's just a denial that there's any evidence there is a god. I class myself as agnostic because I don't think there's any evidence for a god, but I don't have a way of proving if there is or is not a god. You can't prove something that's essentially supernatural. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no evidence there is a god. Tim Pryor for $5 says, the flat earth model is just a drawing. I want an actual picture. Why is it they demand proof from us but give us no proof for their belief? Yeah, have you got any of that flat earth evidence yet that I've been asking for?
There's plenty of pictures online. from the sky. What, you think people aren't sending stuff up themselves?
Yeah, and they also
On top of that, on top of that, you still have the like 30 plus rockets that were sent up that hit the dome.
No rockets have ever hit the dome because there isn't a dome.
Yeah, sure. They're literally all over YouTube.
Cool. Saw something
They're
on
literally
YouTube,
all
therefore
over
it's
YouTube.
true.
I literally have a video.
It's like the same one over and over, and it's not hitting
No,
the dome.
no.
It's slowing down because it does a literal braking maneuver, CJ.
No, one, besides the fact that there's 2 rockets, it's not 1, it's 2. And then we have the other, 30 that I've put in other videos.
Okay, if you say so. Brian Brockor for $52 says, please unleash Tony on this dude, please. Yeah, we might get PhD Tony in if the Absurdist can't reconnect. Atomic for £10, thank you very much, says, do we need to, for $10, sorry, do we need to send this idiot into the core of Earth before he realizes it exists? He refuses to believe the core exists without seeing it. That's literally blind faith. We observe its effects. Yeah, that's the thing. We can observe that there is a core because of things that happen and because of measurements, CJ. So there is evidence. You can't deny that there is evidence.
No. Okay, there's water inside of the Earth, right?
There is some.
And I want everyone in the chat to listen. I want everyone in the chat to listen, okay? Everyone in the chat to listen, okay? There's water inside of the Earth, right? That's a fact. Anyone who says no is retarded.
There's some underground lakes and stuff, but it's not like in the center of the Earth.
No. There's a ton of water under the Earth. There's a ton. Anyone who debates that is insane. Okay, now I'm going to say that in the center of the Earth, there is a giant ball of water that's boiling, that's just spinning in the center, because I said so. I'm making stuff up like you. You're saying there's a freaking iron metal molten core inside.
Yeah,
I'm saying
and
no,
we
there's
can measure
water in the center.
We can literally measure the density.
Prove me wrong. Okay, prove me wrong, because I can measure the water under the Earth. I can do that. I can go.
Go on then.
Yes, I can.
Go on then.
I can go. Here, you want to see the videos?
No. You just said you can measure it. How would you do that? Where is it located? Where's the evidence for it?
Oh, here. It's in Saudi Arabia. I remember.
Oh, fuck
I was going to show you a video, but I
couldn't. The fucking well thing.
No. There's another one. No. There's another one.
The bit where they're taking down a dam.
No. There's another one.
Yes, why you're an idiot. Come on. There's no massive pools of water under the Earth. There is a few underground lakes and stuff.
Are you retarded? Scientists you could look it up. Scientists even admit it.
No scientist says that. No scientist says that.
It's on the internet. They said there's tons of water under the Earth. They're not saying there's a lava or anything, but they're saying there's tons of water.
The internet also tells me that there is hot single ladies in my area that want to have sex with me right now. Is that true?
Oh, good for you. Oh, God, those ads.
Are we just believing everything we see on the internet now?
God, those ads.
I feel like
look.
Hey, Absurdist.
Look, no matter what, Craig, you're at a loss. Pick one. Either there's a molten core or there's a giant boiling water core. Or you don't know, which is the truth.
There's a metal core.
You don't know.
And under extreme
pressure. You don't know.
That we've measured.
You don't know. You're making an assumption.
No, we're not. Because we can measure the density.
No, you don't know. You're making an assumption.
His assumption. Seems like you're just...
Okay, Absurdist. Craig, let me and Absurdist get back to talking, okay?
Okay.
I know you want to get in on this, but let's try and stay calm.
Right.
Let's try and stay calm.
Absurdist, just 1 second. Give me a mic check because you seem to be breaking up a little bit still. So just.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we should.
Hold on. Do you use Wi-Fi?
I do Wi-Fi, yeah.
Okay, well, shut off any other Wi-Fis you have, like on your phone or in your games, Xbox, whatever else is taking up your signal. Yeah, turn it off.
Yeah, it sounds like your bandwidth's being eaten by something. He is right for once.
Yeah. What do you mean right for once? I'm always right. No, I'm joking. Let me stop.
CJ, you being right is not something that has ever happened. I fear if it does happen, the universe would collapse in on itself.
You sure you want to do this? I got plenty of videos of you. I got plenty of videos of you.
But, yeah, so back to how the Bible proves the earth is flat.
Exciting.
Okay, no, he was going to ask me something else. You had a question that you were going to ask me. And it has something to do with the Bible.
Yeah, so why exactly are you just your interpretation of a description from the Bible? It's a description. It definitively says it doesn't say the earth is flat. This is trusting.
No,
how
you're
you
still
are.
breaking up really badly. Just try refreshing the link.
Yeah, I kind of hear what he's saying. He's all like, I think he's talking about how can I go based off the description. This is my belief. Like I have evidence for the dome. That alone already solidifies me that we are inside a cage. As for me going around and the fact there's evidence that this place is a circle. Okay, that it's inscribed with a circle. There's plenty of cameras and all the stuff that are sent up. But if you want me to prove that, the outer part is a square, and the water's above, and there's pillars under it, I can't go there. Look, the most I can give you is the dome, and show you that this place is actually a circle.
Yeah, so
because a lot of people like to use that circle as like the globe, but it's actually the circle of the flat Earth that got inscribed on it.
Evidence for the dome would be good because I've never seen any.
Yeah, whatever. Come on, dude. I sent you plenty of videos already, and let's not even get to talking. Like hemisphere, you know, hemisphere means half a sphere, right? Like there's literally a little.
Yeah, that's why there's two hemispheres.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Absurdist, you there?
But either way. Absurdist.
He's having connection issues.
Yeah, I know.
Team Skeptic is back.
I don't know.
You there, team? Well, maybe.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, team. How you been, man?
Sorry about that.
The Absurdist is having issues connecting, so maybe you could.
He was fine for a while, and then something happened.
Yeah. CJ's still under the impression that the Bible proves the Earth is flat.
Duh, that's what it says.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
Mm-hmm. It says there's pillars on this Earth. It says there's pillars. Okay, not just that. It says the Earth has four corners.
Yeah, okay, but
yeah, outside. They're outside. No. I'm not gonna go around and try and say
outside of the bot. Right. So you're just blindly believing that because it supports your foregone conclusion that the Earth is flat. You're not using evidence to support the claim. You're using belief to support the claim. I can use non-belief to disprove the claim.
Look, I'm admitting that this is blind faith, 100%. Like those two verses right there, completely blind faith. Never seen that. Never seen the pillars ever in my life.
Then how can you be so sure? How can I be so sure? I trust God. He's been proving himself with pretty much so many other things, so it's like, why not? But trusting God,
he
that's
proved
like
themselves with the giants.
trusting God.
He proved himself with
it
the
means
dome.
To somebody like me, that means absolutely nothing. When you say I trust God, that's why. I mean, I understand the concept of God. I'm not going to be intellectually dishonest here, but I don't get the whole idea of how you trust something that you don't, that plays no role in your life.
What do you mean no role in my life? I don't get. What do you mean? Hold on, no role? Confused there.
Yeah, no role in your life.
How does? Hold on. Do you mean the pillars of the Earth and the corners?
You do. No, I'm saying, okay. You say that, you believe that they're there because God doesn't lie because you have trust in God. And I'm asking you, why do you trust in God? What has happened in your life that tells you that God isn't...
He proved himself in other areas, which makes me be like, okay, if he's telling the truth here, then he is most likely telling the truth in everything that he says.
So for me to believe that, do I also have to... But for me to believe that, do I also have to reduce my burden of proof? Like my level of burden of proof, like what I consider to be proof.
No, I'm religious. I have blind faith. So you don't really need to reduce anything. Like it really just depends on the person.
Right, I understand that, but if I can explain more things in life without the need for God, and you just fill in the gaps with God and defy science with God, and You say that all these things that can be predicted, that can be experimented, that can be tested, all of these things are incorrect because of God. But you have no evidence for God. However, we have all the evidence over here to support that God is not does not play a role in things like gravity, for instance. We'll just say gravity. You know, the way
please,
things fall from
God, please don't do this.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm just saying a natural. Look. No. I'm just saying. I'm not saying the gravitational force or anything. I'm saying the phenomenon that when things are let go, they fall to the ground. Right? We have a scientific explanation for that. People that hold the religious flat Earth belief don't give an explanation for that. You know, they just put trust in God to explain why things fall to the ground, because gravity can't exist inside of their pre-drawn conclusion that the Earth is flat. So
because there's too many.
A blind faith,
the starting point for gravity is an issue.
Well, okay, no, but I'm just using it as an example. I'm using it as an example as to why I don't believe in God. Because I don't believe in God because God has never given me any evidence to support that there is a God out there. No evidence whatsoever. Outside of a preacher outside of a preacher that just tells me I should do this to go to heaven. It's something that also has never been proven to be true.
Oh no, everyone can see heaven. Well, I think what you're talking about is paradise. What you're talking about is paradise when you say heaven.
No,
I know what you're talking about. What you're talking about is paradise.
Conceptual heaven. Conceptual heaven. Yeah. So I was a Christian for a long time. While I don't know the Bible,
a lot of people don't know this.
Forth.
It's just a lot of people don't know this. The word heaven actually means dome. So when you read the Bible and you hear the word, and someone says, I was taken to heaven, it means dome. Fine. It's right there in Genesis 1. God called the firmament heaven.
Up real quick.
The firmament is a dome. And he said he called the firmament heaven. So heaven and the firmament
did he say that the firmament was a dome, though? Or are you just making that connection?
No, it's right there in Genesis 1.
What,
he's literally saying the firmament and heaven are the same thing, which is why I said what he's talking about is paradise. You know, the place where, they live with God is called paradise. Heaven and the firmament are the same thing. Basically, heaven just means dome. So when I say everyone can see the dome, it means when they walk outside and they look up and they see heaven, they're looking at the dome. That blue, solid object in the sky. Yeah, that's all it means. And I understand the confusion. I understand the confusion. Because, we were taught differently as we were kids, which is why I don't try and
hold on. Why do you say that the dome is blue when I look up at night and it's black?
Oh, no, that's just because the darkness has, made its rotation.
Hello,
that's all it is.
My old friend.
Yeah, right. Now, so how exactly is it not? Yeah, but the sun is about several thousand miles in the sky. I mean, it's obviously not right next to the surface of the Earth, right? I mean, you don't think it's like 1 or 2 miles up, right? I mean, you think it's above where planes go, above where the
you really want to go based off the evidence? Okay, here, based off the evidence, it's about 11 to 40 miles high. Okay, that's how far the sun is.
Okay, so 40 miles up. 40 miles in the sky, and as bright as it is, we can measure the
and just to let you know...
Okay, we can measure... Hold on. We can measure the output. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
At certain times during the year, the sun actually goes under the clouds. So we're talking about at certain times during the year, basically it's only 3 to 4 miles high. And then it goes back up.
Okay, I'm going to need evidence for that. I'm gonna need evidence.
Yeah, there's videos of it.
So if the sun is only if the sun is only, but listen to what I'm saying. If the sun is only 3 to 4 miles high, as it passes by, you would feel the shock wave of the sun going overhead. You realize that, right?
Yeah, we feel it.
You would feel a heat blast wave coming at you at the speed of sound.
Yeah, and we feel it. Whatever the sun's made of, it seems like God could just lower the temperature.
We don't feel that. How fast? Okay, so
the temperature changes all the time.
We need to calculate.
It's on the news.
Yeah, I'm not talking.
What
I'm
do you
not
mean you
talking
don't
about a
feel that? The
gradual
temperature
temperature
changes
change just because of the.
all the time.
Do you know what a shock wave
Like,
is? Do you know what a heat wave is? Like a pressure wave traveling at you from
you're talking no,
like
because you're
an
talking about
object
you're
traveling
thinking
at
of
high
like
speeds towards you.
yeah, no, that's what you're thinking. I'm not thinking of that. I'm going to be honest
Yeah,
with
but
you. I'm thinking more of like
okay, hold on, hold on.
a light bulb or something like that.
Something that's only 3 miles up, something that's only 3 miles up, moving at the speed that it's moving, having to be as hot as it would, you would feel it getting close. You would feel the pressure wave approaching you. It would hit you. Have you ever been to like
we've all felt it.
have you ever been to like
you're gonna tell me you've
no,
never
you don't
walked
feel
around
that.
and
No,
then out
you
of
don't feel
nowhere
that.
it gets
No,
hot?
you don't feel that.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't feel that.
I've walked
No,
around
you
before,
don't.
and out of nowhere, it just gets hot, and I'm just like, what the heck just happened?
That has
And
nothing
it would make
to
sense
do with the
if the
sun
sun is
being 3
lowering and
miles
it's
up.
getting closer.
No, I'm
Sorry.
sorry, but a
Look, that's
fireball
what the evidence
traveling
shows.
through the sky at hundreds of miles an hour would create a
Sorry, that's
pressure
what the
wave that
evidence
would travel
shows,
at the
dude.
speed of sound. You don't see
Sorry.
this pressure wave. You don't feel this
please.
this speeding sun directly overhead coming around.
Yeah.
All right, so
I've
when
told
is it
friends,
3? Okay,
let's
hold
not
on.
stop
When is it
sometimes.
3 miles up? When is it 3 miles up, and when is it 11 to 40 miles up? Because we don't see a change in the angular size as well. Hold on. At any point in time, anybody can look up and see the sun, and it's about 0.53 degrees in angular size in the sky. Okay, so now you're telling me perspective doesn't work. Because if you were to increase the distance by 2, yes, if you were to increase the distance by 2, which would be going from 3 or 4 miles to 6 or 8 miles, I'll give you 10, then you should significantly reduce the size of the sun. So it would no longer be 0.52 degrees
How big
in
do you
angular
think the
size.
sun is? Because I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I don't think it's like, freaking,
It has
millions
nothing
of
to do
miles
with what
across
I'm
or
talking
anything.
about. Hold on.
I'm
It has
just saying.
nothing to do with
I
what
have
I'm
no
talking
idea how
about.
big the sun is.
Hold on.
So like it does, it does get bigger. We all know this. We all know this. It does get bigger as it gets closer, and then as it gets farther away, it
Citation
gets
needed.
smaller. What are you talking about?
We
you
have
can watch
we have
this on
videos.
videos.
Red's Rhetoric has shown in his video that
Yeah,
he's
I
observed the
know, I
sun
know.
at different times, and it always remains the same size. So until you can show me a video where it reduces...
I've seen his videos.
Okay,
but
so
this is just common sense.
Again,
Anyone
back to my original argument. If the sun is in the sky and is not setting and is not blocked by the earth, then why is the firmament black at night? Why is it not blue?
Oh, the darkness.
I should be able to see
God
some
separated.
reflection of the sun off the sky.
God separated light and
again
darkness.
with this God separated. Yeah, he's separated by the fucking ball of the earth. Yeah, okay. I'll agree with you there. If God created the solar system, then absolutely he separated day from night, and it's called a Terminator line, and it's on the earth.
You need to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that even if the sun didn't exist, there would still be some light here. There'd be less light, but there'd still be some light here. Read the Bible.
And there's evidence for this.
Before the sun was created, there was light. He said, I will separate light and darkness. And there's no sun yet.
But that's a story in a book, man. You're not giving us anything tangible. You're not saying, look, this has happened elsewhere.
We can create separate lights right here with a damn lamp. And I can make one part of the room dark and one part of the room light. This isn't like some difficult thing.
Huh?
It really isn't.
No, you can't replicate. No, I'm sorry, but you can't replicate what we see on Earth. You're not going to be able to do that with a flat Earth map and model, or having. The only way you're going to be able to do it is to invoke a supernatural being like God that has supernatural powers that we will never, ever, ever see again, except to explain the flat Earth. That's the only time we'll ever see him needing to have light stop at a certain point. It's only when we need it to explain your pre-drawn conclusion. Where we have a completely viable explanation that involves the sun being much larger than the Earth, much further away, and the Earth being shaped like a sphere. That explains everything. That explains fucking time zones. It explains fucking the Terminator line.
Okay,
It
then do
explains
me. No. I want you to do me a
linear
favor
path of the
because
sun. Hold on. Let me finish explaining what it explains. It explains the linear path of the sun across the equator during the equinoxes. It explains the 23.6 degree linear path, or I guess yeah, the 23.6 degree linear path on the solstices, on both of them, on both sides of the hemisphere. Everything is explained by this one understanding of our celestial geometry. But you have to invoke God using supernatural powers for each individual explanation. And it's not the same supernatural power either. It's going to be a different supernatural power for every explanation that you're going to need. And you're going to rely on something that you cannot prove, that you continue to say, this is my interpretation of a couple of words out of an ancient book. Okay.
No, look what I just said. Like the majority of what I've been, not all of it, but the majority of what I've been saying is either based off picture evidence or video evidence. Like when I say the sun goes under the clouds, I'm not making that shit up. There's literally a video.
Provide some evidence then. But give us some evidence of the sun going under the clouds.
Do I really gotta put up videos again?
Well, evidence is always nice, and
yeah, I know, but it's like you've seen it. I'm pretty sure you've seen it already.
Why don't we make this
about
about you giving us evidence for things? Because
okay, hold on, give me a second. Let me do this real quick. Because everyone always wants to see, and it's like. Oh, and I have to ask you a question, Skeptic.
Be entertaining. Yeah, go ahead.
Why does the moon? Why does the sun stop sometimes?
Oh,
it doesn't.
It does.
Okay. Just give me evidence.
Look, it's on video. It literally stops and then it starts back up again. So, I really want to know. I really want to know your answer. Like, just because you just saying it doesn't stop won't prove anything.
You say
when the video evidence says otherwise.
It doesn't prove anything. Where's the video of it?
Hold on. Let me see this one.
I think I know the video he's talking about, team, and it's some amazing stupidity. I mean, I know in the Bible it says that the sun stopped, right? Didn't he stopped
on the same day the Egyptians registered an annular eclipse. That's an interesting coincidence right there.
Yeah, and it's not just the Egyptians that measured it.
That one man telling this heroic story for the Bible says God made the sun stop in the sky, and this entirely independent, didn't even know about fucking God group of people took time to look up in the sky and measure what was actually going on and just record it, because to them it was nothing more than a spectacular event in the sky, you know. And they said, "Oh shit, look at that! This is," and we can, and then get this. Why, you're an idiot, right? Get this. We can then walk it back from what we know about our celestial geometry. We can walk those dates back, knowing where the sun and moon would always be at, and figure out exactly what day they saw it on. That's how we know they coincide with each other.
Sorry, I'm not buying it. I've seen too much evidence showing otherwise. That this thing's only a few miles high.
Do you know
that it literally stops on its own for I don't know why. It just does.
Show the where's the video?
Right, I'm getting the video.
I want to see this video of it.
This is the one where the sun is under the clouds. This is the one where the sun is under the clouds. It's literally like right under it.
Do I have to show you? Am I going to have to show you a video where the sun passes in front of a light pole?
Why is it not letting me post the bloody thing?
Trust me, don't even let
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not letting me put the video up on the screen for one. Give me a sec. There we go. Alright, where do you want me to start on this video?
150.
150.
Let's start at 150. It's a short. It's a quick clip.
Does it need audio as well?
No, you don't need it.
Alright, explain what you're saying.
Just pause it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Just pause it right here. Right here. The sun is literally under the clouds right there. And that's not a joke. That's not a joke. It's not all over there in the corner. No, it's not.
Wait,
it's right there because you can see the sunspot. You can see the sunspot from under.
Are you saying that pilots fly higher than the sun?
I believe certain pilots have literally run into the sun.
Yeah, but your earlier statement was that the sun is 14 to 40 miles up. Now, please tell me. No,
I said 11.
Well,
I said 11 to 40
right,
miles
okay,
high.
all right. So
I said,
please tell
not
me.
that it helps.
I said that,
no, right.
No, and then I said at certain times throughout the year, it goes under the clouds.
Right, so...
And it doesn't stay like that for long. It's
so
just
at
gonna be
certain
real quick and then
times
pass
throughout the year, it goes from being 11 miles up down to around 30,000 feet, which is the average cruising altitude.
And then it goes back up again. Yeah, and then it goes back up. It literally does that, yeah. Here, you can see it right here under the clouds. Now I can show you. I can literally keep going. Press play.
Hold on, no, yeah, don't leave this video yet. Don't leave this video yet because I want to get more information from this video. Go ahead.
Set a play. Oh, right here now. It's above the clouds.
Go back.
Stop here. Stop here. Look at that sunspot. It's right there. It's 11 to 40 miles high, right up there. Now it's above. It's moving. The sun is moving up and down. It's moving up and down.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's it.
Hold on.
And look, anyone who says otherwise, whether you're in chat, whether you're correct, whether you're skeptic, you're wrong.
I gotta find something.
Because this is physical reality.
I gotta find something to explain this. Hold on.
This is physical reality.
Hold on. Calm down.
Is this the video where you say the sun stops as well?
There's a graphic I found that explains this. There's a graphic I found that explains this observation.
I want to hear this because I still want you to explain the two moons and the three suns.
The two moons and the three suns. Is that what you just said?
The dog's got two chew toys now.
Oh God! Look, anyone online who wants to see it, put two moons in the sky, and this happens every year at certain times throughout the year. Yeah, good luck explaining it on your model of the Earth.
I mean, it's...
Okay? No, to anyone in the chat, type in two moons on Google, and then I want you to explain it on your, ball Earth model. Do you think there's a second moon passing by? What do you think's happening? Because if there's a second moon that close to our moon, that means that gravity is going to pull. Not just that. That one's probably going to pull it too, and we're going to have two moons forever. Like, your model doesn't make sense.
While you're reading it, it's important. That's not a moon.
Look, explain it on your model. Good luck. Shut up. Atheists and their imaginary beliefs. See, this is what I mean.
What are you talking about? I've seen Star Wars.
Are you kidding me? You just the entire time you said that belief in God, and then you want to talk about our imaginary beliefs. You even admitted
you said
that
gravity
you have
exists.
no evidence to back it.
You said gravity exists. You're insane.
No. I brought up gravity as a phenomenon that when you drop something, when you let go of something, it falls to the ground. That's the only thing I said. I didn't go through and try to explain gravity or say that you're wrong about it. I just said that we have one phenomenon. We have one phenomenon that we can predict.
Come on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to stay away from. I'm trying to.
You believe it exists.
Right. Oh no, I do. I no. Okay. But that belief is not what I'm trying to push on you right now.
You don't have to try and push it on me, but it's imaginary.
CJ,
gravity doesn't exist.
Hey, CJ, someone searched on YouTube, Flat Earth Peer Review in the chat, said they searched Google for two moons and they got a Korean boy band. Was that what you were talking about? Are you into J-pop or... I mean, it's all right.
Please stop.
Did you find that picture, team?
Yeah, I'm still looking for it. I saw it on Reddit, so I'm trying to find it. I can probably look it up, but it just explains this exact observation because people actually went through and got all the data points on it to show where it was at. So hold on one second.
The skeptic. You say you believe in gravity, and I'm just like, okay, prove the core. Oh, you can't. Okay, well then your whole
gravity has nothing to do with the core of the Earth.
Why? What do you mean by that?
I've said this.
What do you mean by that? Do you realize how?
Because it isn't me. It isn't even me who's saying this. It's literally published scientists.
Well, you shouldn't repeat what stupid people say, but you shouldn't repeat what stupid people say.
actual physicists. No, these are actual physicists paid. Okay, and they say gravity and the core are connected.
No, they don't.
Well, if you can't prove one, then the other one is like if you can't prove one, then the foundation is broken. And guess what? Gravity doesn't exist. It's imaginary. It's a fairy tale. Because then you still have to explain the moon and how it's stuck to us if gravity doesn't exist, and then you got to explain the tides.
Yeah, no, but like, gravity does exist, so it's cool. So we're right.
No. Remember. Prove the core. When you prove the core, you let me know. Don't need to
prove the core.
Okay?
Gravity exists.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Doesn't matter if the core's there or not. Gravity still exists.
Sure. Yeah, of course. You don't need to prove the core. Blind faith atheist.
No, I'm just saying I don't need to prove the core for gravity.
Typical religious nut jobs.
CJ, listen to the words, numbnuts. I don't need to prove the core for gravity. They are not connected.
Of course, sure. I'm going to listen to a guy online when I have like literal physicists saying otherwise.
No, you don't have physicists saying otherwise.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I left it in the video I made for you. I left it right there.
So, have you got the video that shows where the sun stops?
Oh, I showed it right there, but you'd have to keep playing it.
All right, tell me when on this video it shows that the sun stops.
Okay, put it in slow-mo. No, put it in slow-mo.
What, 0.5?
As slow as you can. As slow as you can, if you want. Now, pay attention to the sunspot. It's not moving at all. This is in slow-mo. If you go back, go back a little. Go back.
Wait.
If you pay attention, it's not moving at all. It's going to start back up again. It will, because we all know the sun moves.
Wait. Stop. So you're saying that sunspot should be physically moving in the few seconds the camera
even if
is
it's just moving slowly. Even if it's just moving slowly, you should see a slight movement in it.
How
movement. But
how slow do you think it is?
But it's I don't know. I'm not going to go around and act like I know how fast this thing moves. So, I don't make assumptions like that.
I mean, I've asked a couple of other flat earthers this, but do you remember a time when you were a child where you led in the road and a truck ran over your skull?
Shut up.
Or was there a time when one of your parents held you and the other just hit you repeatedly in the forehead with a ballpoint hammer?
Dude, do you really want to talk about skulls right now? You know,
I'm specifically asking about yours.
Okay, no, but fine. Everyone in the chat, I want you to listen to me, okay? I want you to go on YouTube. I want you to type this in. They're on YouTube
right now.
Yeah, okay. I want you to type this in right now, okay? And I want you to type warrior skull, wimp skull. There's a video on it. Okay, now watch the whole thing. And then I want you to look at Craig's skull. Tell me which one he has. Because I promise you, I have the other one. Let's just say that. But yeah, no. So, yeah, let's talk about skulls. Let's talk about my skull versus your skull. How nicely shaped my skull is, because I put in
functions.
Yeah. And my skull is very pretty because I worked on it. Okay? And I love it. I have a nice good jaw, especially now. I have a nice good jawline now. And, you know, my cheekbones stand out. And my nose is nice and straight, perfectly straight and nice protruded. My skull shape has gotten better.
Are you trying to, is this a pitch for a model agency, or what's going on right now?
You don't because you don't understand, actually testing stuff out, Craig.
What's that got to do with you being a pretty little boy?
There's this thing called mewing that has been kind of all over YouTube. And I've been doing it for the past year. And even though I wasn't that bad to begin with, I'm even better now. And holy heck, do I look good.
Team, did you get that
and
picture?
When I look at you, when I look at you, all I see is a wimp skull. When I look at you, I see a wimp skull. I see a weak jawline. I see a weak, your skull is completely out of shape. Now, you can fix it if you want. You don't need it to do any surgery. You can fix it, but it's going to take some time.
CJ, you're being extra crazy right now. Let's get back to flat Earth and how you think that.
All right. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Okay. All right. Team.
So the first. Well, okay. So the first thing.
All right, Team Skeptic. I want you to explain. All right, CJ,
let him talk.
All right, hold on. I'm saving the image. The only thing I was looking for is that somebody actually did the work on that dog cam footage and showed that it was, I believe it was launched in Germany, and there was some sea that was also in the picture that you could get a like kind of like a way of determining where the actual camera was versus where the sun was. They had time and date on it, so they used timeanddate.com to find out where the position was of the sun. The position of the sun was over Thailand, so there would have been no way for the sun to be local and cause the hot spot over Germany, which is what you were showing inside of the picture. So I just wanted to, I didn't want to just repeat it. I wanted y'all to see where the research was done to show it, but I couldn't find it immediately. I'll find it though, but this is another thing I'll show you right here.
What did I just say?
So,
what did I just say? Like just a little while ago, what did I just say? There's 2 light sources on the surface.
Right. Well, let's get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Right, this is, let team explain why your picture just now did not prove a local sun.
No, I want to hear this. Oh, God. Go for it.
No, I mean, this is just showing that, you can have a light glint from a light source that's very far away without the light source having to be right up on the fucking ball, right, like you think. Just because you see the light source, just because you see a reflection off of a surface, like in this case it's a liquid surface or off the top of the clouds or anything like that, you're not looking at a light source that's inside of the clouds. You're looking at light that is being reflected off of the top of the clouds.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry,
do you think that this light source is inside of the? Hold on. Do you think that? Look at the pool ball. Do you think that light source is inside of the inside of that pool ball, shining outward?
Of course not.
Then why do you think that the other one must be a sun inside of the clouds shining outward?
Because one, I can literally see it. There's a difference. I can literally see where the sun is in the video.
No, you're
that pool ball.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you what you're doing. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you what you're doing right now. CJ, let me tell you what you're doing right now, okay? You're using your perception, your understanding of reality to come to a conclusion, okay? You just said, "Oh, the light source, I know that it's not inside the pool ball because the light source is reflecting off of it. I know pool balls, I know where light sources are." But see, the light source could be on the inside of that pool ball, and that pool ball could be an illusion. It could be just plastic that's there with the, and that could be the light source underneath it being diffused as it goes through the surface. The fact I'm saying is you don't know. You're trying to come to a conclusion based on what you understand of reality. All right, and there's more to reality than what you understand.
Why? Because I trust my senses. I trust the senses that I have.
Yes, absolutely.
You sound like Professor Stick
absolutely.
Right now. I remember Professor Stick.
Right.
He was like, "Don't trust your." He made a video where he literally said, "Don't trust your senses," and I was just like, "You're insane."
Yeah, don't trust your senses. What are you talking about?
That's
retarded.
You
can trust them for some things. You can trust them for some things.
You should trust your senses.
Okay, so no. Let me ask you something. I throw a baseball at you. How fast is it going? All right.
No idea.
I mean, can you tell me?
Hit me. Of course, I don't know.
No. I didn't say I hit you with the baseball. I didn't say I hit you. I was just throwing it. No, I underhanded it to you. See, again, you're making assumptions. You should stay away from making assumptions. Now, if I toss the baseball to you, underhand or overhand, it doesn't matter whether you can see or not. If you have as long as you have equipment there, you'll be able to determine the speed. So with your eyes, I could throw a ball at you at 60 miles an hour. You'd see it with your eyes and go, "Oh, I think that went pretty close to 60 miles an hour." That's the limitation of your senses. Then you put it in a machine that has a higher sense of fidelity than your senses do, and it can tell you, no, it wasn't moving at 60 miles an hour. It was moving at 60.45 miles per hour because it has a higher sense of fidelity. It has more precision to the machine. So no, don't trust your senses. Your senses will fool you. You'll look out, you'll say, "Fuck, it looks flat to me, must be fucking flat." And that's your senses lying to you.
Actually, when I saw the video, here's the truth. When I saw the videos of like the cameras in the sky showing it flat, it looked flat. But I was like, I still wasn't sure. My biggest thing was always the dome. Because that's all I needed. I was all like, I need to know that we're in a cage. Once I know we're in a cage, I'm sealed. I'm done. There, you have me. Once I found that out, there I was like, okay, done deal. It's a done deal. I'm inside a cage. I'm a pet. We're pets, which is like
Flat
so
Earth,
funny. Which is
like CJ, you're
so
kind of
funny
right
to think
because
about.
Flat Earth is the internet's pet rock.
No.
Yes. So about this evidence for the dome, let's go with some of the evidence for the dome. What evidence for the dome?
How many rockets have to hit the dome before you guys get the point?
One
Like,
would be great.
How many rockets?
Well, one.
Yeah.
One?
Yeah, one.
Look,
Exactly.
besides the fact that there's several.
Well, show us one.
Oh god.
Where?
I'm
Yeah, show us
I'm
a
still
rocket
waiting for
hitting
you
the
to
dome,
explain.
please.
Hold on, before I do anything, I'm still waiting for you to explain the 2 moons and 3 suns. Explain it.
Well,
Why is there 2 moons on
you
your
don't
model?
have evidence for 2 moons.
or 3
You
suns.
All right,
don't
here,
have
I'm gonna
evidence
send
for
you.
2 moons.
Here, I'm gonna send you the picture, okay? I can send you the video if you want too. Which one do you want? Picture or video?
Just give me the picture.
Video.
All right,
Video.
give me the video. Yeah, give the video.
You there?
Yeah, video. We got to see it. I need context. I can't go with no context.
Oh my goodness.
Hey chat, while he's getting that video ready, how does my sound? How am I coming in through my sound? Am I too soft or am I at a good level? I had to change things up right before I jumped in.
You sound good to me.
Okay.
Better than any flat
Just wanna
earther
make
that's
sure.
ever connected. I'll be
Man, I actually went and got more my curtains and everything to set up my proper studio, man. So next
Well,
video will have a different backdrop to it.
I just ordered the same mic as you.
Oh, good. Did you get the shock mount that comes with it?
Yeah.
You order the shock. You're gonna need a shock mount.
No, I did. I got it. It was only an extra 40 quid on top of the price of the mic.
Yeah, yeah, it's just because it has a weird connection on the bottom that keeps you from just plugging into an
All right,
arm.
Craig, I sent it to your Discord.
How you coming on this video? All right, good deal, good deal.
What?
He sent me the picture when we specifically asked for the video.
Explain the 2 moons.
All right, here's the picture of 2 moons.
Now, there's a video of it too. Explain it. On your model, explain it. You're gonna have to, because this happens every year. Every year this happens.
This happens every
And I know
year.
why. Yeah, every year this happens, and I know why now.
Oh,
It's the same thing happens to the sun. Look, it's on video. It's not like it's like hidden or something.
oh.
Send me the video as well. Come on, I want to see the video as well.
Oh my god. Kill me now. Kill me now.
Great. This is fucking great.
Someone in the chat is asking what mic it was. I'm just going to get the link and post it there.
Aston Origin. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love this mic. And I've done a couple of test recordings just to get it to where I need it to be. And oh my god, it's so amazing. It's one of the better condenser mics in my opinion. This is still considered a a budget mic because I mean it's $300, but it's not like the $1,000 mic or $2,000 Newmans or whatever, you know. But we don't need that. Like we're not recording singing and shit like that. We're just recording podcast voice. So this is perfect for us.
Yeah, I've just posted the link to it in there. We've actually got an offer on the website at the moment where a bunch of accessories are money off. So get on it. And it works as a shotgun mic as well for how I want to have it in a video, you know, slightly away from me.
Okay. There, Craig, take it.
Oh, I need to see that.
Right. All right, just getting the video up.
Oh, I'm loving this, by the way.
All right.
Look, you're gonna have to explain it on your model.
Yeah.
I really want to hear this.
Oh, crap. Team will definitely be able to explain it. Oh, I'm trying to put it in.
The what, sun dogs?
Well, 2 moons in the sky. Right, where do you want me to go in this video?
Just press play.
Here we go.
Is this this guy standing outside, or is he inside of a building, or?
Okay, explain it. This happens every year. Same thing with the sun. It happens every year. Explain it. I want to see what answer you have on your model. Why are there two moons? Because
oh my God.
If there's, let's assume there's two moons.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, I have y'all unmuted now. It just accidentally muted.
All right, here. I don't know how you're going to explain this on your model, but let's assume there is two moons in the sky. That means they both have gravity. That means one's going to be pulling on the other, and not just that, the Earth is going to be pulling on the other one. And that's going to cause a whole dysfunction on the tides. Like, you understand how, like, many issues there are with just this video and picture alone?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you see why they're laughing? They're laughing.
I love how when he goes in, he won't focus in. He
No.
won't focus on it when he goes in. I love that. Time to call Captain Disillusion.
I already know what it is,
one, guys.
All right, so explain it.
I know you do. I'm sure you do. Why is the moon just disappearing into the sky? How about that? Let's start with that explanation.
I don't know.
The moon never disappears into the sky like that. Even if the clouds go in front of it, you would still see the silhouette of the moon behind it, or the brightness of the moon behind it. Why is it when he zooms in, he can't get a focus on both of them at the same time?
First answer my question, and then I'll answer yours.
No, hold on. We're going to point out the ridiculous.
Remember, your model's the one that's true, right? So first, hold on.
There's not two. There's not two moons.
Model explained it.
Okay, so there's not two moons on our model. There's only one. So obviously this guy is doing something here, some kind of manipulation here, or there could be a manipulation of like a window that's in front where you're getting a like a dual reflection off of them. I mean, I can see right here, just as he moves slightly left and right, do you see the parallax between the moons, or the distance between the moons separating one more? Go back and rewind that just a little bit. Watch as he moves. It appears as if the moons spread apart and then come back together. What would that tell you? That they're not really fixed in their position?
No, I already know the answer to this. This isn't even hard.
Hold on.
Isn't the dude inside
right there? Look at that. Look at that. Look, hold on. No.
It only works.
Come on.
This only works on the flat Earth model.
Go back. Hold on. Go back. I want you to see something right now. When he moves to the left, the separation between the moons gets greater. This shouldn't happen. Come on now. You're not that stupid, are you?
No.
Look at that.
So
yeah, I told you on my model this works. So on my model
CJ,
this works.
No, it doesn't.
CJ, one quick question.
Yes, it does.
Why are both those moons exactly the same? Like they're I don't know, reflection of the same. You know, look at the moon. Look at the patterns on the moon.
Yeah, I know.
They are both exactly the same.
I know. They're like reflections of each other. Yeah, I know.
Right, and when you go to
the
beginning
of
the video,
it works only on my model.
You notice how he's filming.
It works only on my model.
You notice how he's filming through a window and looking up. Yeah, so he's inside. He's filming out through his window, and he's looking up. What kind of glass do you reckon's on that window?
Hey, I need you to explain this. Hey, hold on.
Right,
hold on. Serious note. No, serious note here. I want you to, while you explain it, I need you to rummage through your mind and get ready to explain another observation. 100% true and proof, because I'm showing it right here, right now. Okay, here you go. Go ahead and explain your observation, but keep in mind you got to explain that one next.
My observation is simple. This doesn't work on your ball model.
You got to show him. Fight. You got to show him.
Okay.
He can't see.
Now, what does work? What does work is that there's a glass dome above us, and it's just reflecting off the dome. That's what the moon is doing. It's reflecting off the dome. That's why you see two moons, and it's gonna go away.
Fight.
It happens to the sun all the time.
Fight.
It happens to the sun.
Put my screen up. Now you got to explain this image.
Yes, go for it. I want to hear this. I want to see this.
There you go. Explain,
okay,
please.
that's just editing. That's just editing.
No, no, no,
That's just-
no, 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 no,
No,
sir.
that's obvious. That's just
No,
editing.
sir. No, sir. That's real. I was sent that picture.
No, no. That's just, I know for a
I
fact
found
that's
it on
just
the
editing.
internet.
I'm not an idiot.
No, sir. I found it on the internet. I found it on the internet. It must be real.
No, because the difference between this and what I'm showing is that the thing that I'm showing with 2 moons and 2 suns, that actually happens in real life. That happens in real life.
No,
that really happens.
CJ, this
The 5
happens.
moons,
CJ, this happens when you're filming through fucking double glazing windows. That's why that happens.
No.
Yes.
Because here's the thing, I've seen the two suns with my own eyes.
Evidence.
And when I first saw it, I was like, what the hell is going on? Why are there 2 suns in the sky?
Probably because you looked at the sun, and you know when you fucking look at the sun, you've got a big bright spot that's left there.
No, it was in New York. I've said this a million times. It was in New York. I was there when it happened.
But in that case, there was probably a fire.
It's really this simple. It's reflecting off the dome. That's all it is. It's just reflecting off the dome.
Team the stupid Burns.
I'm seeing so many different explanations for how this could be possible.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure
Well,
that
you're
it's
gonna,
double.
you're gonna have to.
Oh, look,
explain
look,
it, 'cause
look,
this
look, look,
actually
look.
happens in real
CJ,
life.
stop. Look, you go further into the
Yeah,
video,
what happened?
and it proves that he is fucking looking through a window. You see that? There's the window frame. He's looking through a double glazing fucking
Yeah.
window.
Oh my God.
I don't-
Get
it doesn't
the
matter
fuck
if he's looking
out
through a
of
window.
here.
Yeah, that's
don't
happening
care if
because
he's
he's
looking
filming
through a
through
window.
double glazing.
Oh my God.
Like this happens in real life. It's not even denied.
It
This
happens.
isn't
Yes,
even
it is
denied.
denied. It is denied. I'm denying
No,
it
no,
right
no,
now.
no. You can look it up online. They don't even deny it. They just give a different explanation than what you guys are giving. That's all it is. They're all like, well, yeah, 2 moons and 2 suns happened, but it's because of this. That's what you can look it up. They're like, oh, this is why it happens. This is why sometimes you see 2 moons and 2
It's
suns.
because he's looking
because
for
of
fucking
this.
double glazing, you numpty.
So that's all it is. It's just it's just a
Did you
reflection.
sneeze really hard one day and your brain fell out? Yeah, something like that, I imagine.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, we're here. We just heard you burp.
Hold on.
What's he done?
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you.
No, my mic kind of like went out for a little bit.
Oh no, we hear you. So yeah, that was through double glazing. So debunked. Next.
No, you gotta explain it. It happens in real life.
I just
I've
did
seen it.
No, CJ, that video was
You
filmed
can't-
through. No, CJ, stop.
No, you can't say it doesn't happen. It does.
No, well,
look it
show
up
me
online.
it- show me-
Anyone can look it up.
Show me it happening in real life, not through a double glazing window, which would make that happen.
Well, you're gonna have to. Well, what?
Right. So, how about this?
Hey,
evidence?
I want to
sun
point something
rotation.
out.
I want to know what sun
hold on.
rotation. I'm
CJ,
thinking
stop.
about what sun
CJ,
rotation.
hold on a
is.
sec.
Hold on. Tim Garjack makes a really, really good point. He said, you said that the double sun, or the double moon, is the moon reflecting off of the dome, and that's what we're seeing. Okay?
Yeah.
So, why is it showing the same face? If one side is facing us and the other side is facing the dome to be reflected, shouldn't we see a completely different face of the moon and not the exact same face that we actually see?
Yeah.
Good point,
No,
Tim.
and that's the question.
Love you.
Okay, which one's the moon? Is it the back one or front one?
It's clear.
It
The
looks like
moon.
it's the front one, right?
They're both
It looks
the
like
moon.
it's the front one, right?
They're both
Are
the
you sure it's the
moon.
back one?
They're both the moon.
Which one?
No, they're both the
And
moon.
then on top of that,
It's the same
No, and then on
object.
top of that, this is why this is why the moon has always been confusing to a lot of us flat earthers. Because
No,
it
No,
does
that's why the
stuff
moon
that is
confuses
just
you.
Strange.
Yeah,
Why?
CJ, it's
No,
only
it's not
confusing
that,
to
it's
flat
just-
earthers. It's only confusing to flat earthers. We understand the moon.
No,
and we
no, no.
understand that this is
No.
looking through some double glazing.
No, because you didn't even know about this. And this happens in real life. You can
The very first
Wikipedia
thing,
this.
no, the very first thing. Hold on. The very first thing I asked you, CJ, when I saw this video, the very first thing I said was, "Is it shot behind glass?" Okay, that was the very first thing I asked you because if it's shot behind glass, then this is completely explainable. I didn't know whether it was shot behind glass until Fight brought up this portion of the video where it shows the window frame, and now I can see for sure that it's behind glass. So you would have to explain why this, or you would have to explain like why, or show this happening with someone standing outside filming the moon directly, and then we can look at that evidence. This evidence right now can be explained by other phenomenon.
Yeah, and I just want to. Let me just. One sec, CJ.
I'm telling you this right now.
Give me a sec.
This isn't even denied.
No, it is denied. I'm telling you it's denied.
They just give a different explanation for it. So this really happens in real life.
CJ, no.
You want to know? You want to know what they say?
CJ, stop. Stop. One sec. Stop. It is denied. We deny it. There is not two.
Okay, you deny it, but guess what?
And just
guess what happens in real life?
Just to address people in the chat that are still saying that you're a Poe. Guys, I wish he was a Poe because it makes me sad to know there are people this stupid. So I wish he was a Poe, but unfortunately, he is as dumb as he appears.
Like, you're fat, you're out of shape, you have a limp skull. I mean, like, dude, like, you can fix yourself, but like, and you want to call me stupid?
Yeah,
and I'm like freaking like, no, I'm dude, 6 feet tall.
I can drop my weight.
I've cut my health.
CJ, let me stop a sec. Let me ask you a serious question.
Being fat is stupid. Being fat is stupid. That's the reality.
CJ, let me ask you a serious question. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your IQ?
I don't do IQ tests. They're just to check how indoctrinated you are. IQ tests are retarded. It's to check how indoctrinated you are. They want to see how much information you have.
Listen to the question. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is your IQ?
I have no idea. Never done an IQ test. I never will. I never will. No point.
Oh my God, he doesn't get it, team. Oh. Team, you still there?
Look, you're gonna team Skeptic. Yeah. You still gotta explain the two suns.
The phantom power. Okay. Hold on, I want to explain something to you, CJ. Fight said you were stupid, right? And your refutation to him calling you stupid was that you were 6 foot tall with a strong jaw.
No.
That is the answer a stupid person would give.
No. Listen.
That's another answer.
You know what I'm saying?
When questioning your intelligence, that is another answer a stupid person would give.
No, listen to me. If you think being fat is smart, you are retarded. Anyone who thinks being fat is smart is retarded.
Okay, and now let me ask you a question.
Now, not just that. Your bones.
Stop. Why do you think I'm overweight? Do you think it's because I'm lazy and just eat too much?
I have no idea.
No, there's a reason why I'm overweight.
Let me hear it. No, I want to hear this.
I'm a physically disabled military veteran that literally cannot walk more than 5 meters without a wheelchair. I was on opioids for nearly a decade, and when I came off the opioids, I had a massive weight gain. Now, if you look back at my channel 18 months ago when I first started, I was skinny. Right? Only when I came off of the opioids and my metabolism went crazy did I put on weight. And because I am physically unable to do exercise to keep off the weight, it ballooned. Now, in the past 3 months, I've lost about 2 stone. I've become a pescatarian to help me try and keep the weight down, but I don't really have control over that. My weight, however, can be changed. What can't be changed is the fact that your IQ is around the 0 level.
Sorry, dude, I'm not buying it. There's plenty of people who are in wheelchairs who are in shape and are skinny and are muscular.
Did you not listen to anything that I said? Did you not listen to anything?
I really don't want to hear the excuses.
It's not
because at this point in my life, I found out the truth.
I literally only ever ate like 1,500 calories a day.
Listen to me, Dirk. Listen to me, Dirk. Okay? You're out of shape. You're overweight. And I understand you're in a wheelchair. It's going to be harder. But no excuses.
No,
Trust me.
It's not an excuse. There is a medical reason why I am slightly overweight.
Yeah, I know. And guess what? I've had medical reasons. I've literally been injured. And I've literally been bedridden. I got back up. I worked my ass off once I recovered.
Now go on opioids for 10 years to try and deal with the agonizing pain.
I'm not going to go on opioids for 10 years because I'm not that stupid. I'm not taking poison.
Also,
okay?
are you in? No, stop.
I'm going to explain something about you that you don't know.
Stop. Right? Are you in agony every second of your life?
I have pain every day.
No.
It's not a joke.
No.
I am not joking with you.
CJ,
I am in pain every day.
Are you in pain, like agonizing pain, every second of your life?
Of course, not every second. I'm not an idiot. Not every second.
I am.
Please. No, you're not.
No, I am.
don't believe you. I believe you go in pain. I don't doubt that at all, whatsoever. But
I am in agony every second,
all the time. No.
Yeah. No. You know that feeling when you stub your toe, right? You know when you stub your toe, and it feels like the worst thing you can fucking imagine, right? But it goes away after a few seconds. That doesn't go away with me. It's there all the time. Right? So do not come on and insult my weight, because it's not something I can control. What you can control is the fact that you are willfully ignorant to most of the world. That can be fixed.
Yes. Hey, and guess what? You want to know what you're ignorant about? You're ignorant on how to fix your skull structure.
CJ, shush.
You are ignorant of it.
CJ, it's team's time to talk.
All right. I suggest that we go away from personal attacks and we get back to shape of the Earth.
Yes.
You okay with that, CJ?
I want to address it because I do hear it from a lot of flat earthers that call me fat, which is very funny when it comes from someone like Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah. But we, as you know, as people sitting up here on the panel, as much shit we talk, we should be able to take shit talking too.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you're not taking it. I'm just saying, like, let's move on. Let's get back to the science. Ha. You're funny, CJ, and stupid and wrong, but haha, whatever. Let's keep talking about shape of the planet.
All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. All right. You're gonna have to explain the 2 moons and 2 suns.
Well, we've explained the 2 moons.
Now, please show us 2 suns. I want everyone to understand that's not the only video online of the 2 moons or 2 suns. There's several of them all over.
Yeah, and they're all explained by things like refraction. Sometimes even you can get reflections within lenses themselves on cameras, depending on how many layers they have.
Or there's a glass dome above us, and it's just reflecting. It's really that simple.
No. As Team explained, you would see a different face if that was the case. No, that is not the case. You will never, with your eyes, look up outside and see 2 moons. Now, you have shown us a video that you said was 2 moons. Now, how about this video that apparently has 3 suns?
If I can see 2 suns in real life, because, it was literally in New York, then guess what? Other people can see 2 moons.
Evidence, and still evidence means nothing.
It's in New York. I was literally living in the area.
Yeah, I don't care. You've got no evidence of it. If it actually happened,
it's on video.
There would have been millions of people that pointed out.
Yeah, and it's on the internet, and people were talking about it. Does that mean everyone saw it? No, of course not. But people saw it, and I had no idea what to make of it at the time. I was still in high school. No, I was just looking up
I'm just calling straight up bullshit. Hitchens razor.
Okay, call bullshit, okay? But I'm letting you know, I lived in the area.
Yeah, you're crazy. We understand. Now, how about some evidence?
I was literally 15 to 20 minutes away.
All right,
that's
CJ,
it.
CJ.
From the sun's location.
Stop. All right, shut up. Stop. Just stop. Just give me some evidence. All right. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. Show me some fucking evidence that the Earth is flat. Yes? No?
Hold on. God, I got 4 pages of this crap.
There is no evidence that the Earth is flat. You realize that?
Yeah, no, you're wrong about that, right?
No, I'm not. Because here's the thing, CJ. For every stupid picture you show me that you think proves the Earth is flat, I've got 1 million pictures from space.
You still gotta prove space exists.
Oh, that's easy. We know there's an area of lower pressure above us, end of story. That's what space is.
Yeah, sorry, not buying it.
And the fact that we have CJ, stop. No, we have pictures.
I was going to send you the picture.
All right, so send me the picture. But I'm just saying we have pictures from space that kind of prove space is real.
Okay, so take this picture. This was an interesting find that I came across like a few weeks ago. I think like a month or a few weeks ago. Yeah, I know, it's kind of blurry. Yeah. Just deal with it.
Team, you there?
Now, hello?
Hello.
Skeptic.
Team, you there?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Wow,
You're
that
back?
was weird. Okay.
Let me increase
I was here the whole time, but I wasn't paying attention. Give me a second. What's the question?
This is apparently evidence of flat Earth that he's showing.
Yeah, no, because I'm wondering how you guys are going to explain this. Okay, I'm really wondering. This isn't from flat earthers or anything. Remember, this is from NASA, the guys you believe. Okay, this picture right here. This is from NASA from 1960s. Okay, this is the story. They sent up a satellite. They took a picture of the Earth. And, they were checking, the air currents and stuff like that. And this is what showed up. How do you explain this on your model?
What height is the satellite? What height is the satellite?
Who knows? This is 1961? This is what, 60 years ago?
How can you claim this is evidence of anything if you don't even know the data behind it? I mean, cool picture, sure, whatever. But how do we know anything about it when you're not providing any evidence whatsoever? How do we know that this is not a mile up?
Remember, you're the ones who trust. You're the ones who trust NASA. This is from NASA.
You're not understanding the question. The question is where is the data behind this picture? You can't just say, well, it's a NASA picture. Okay. And how high up is the satellite? How high up is the satellite? How high up is the satellite? Give me. Then how are you even using this as evidence for anything?
Yeah, but
how are you using this as evidence for anything? This could be from like a high altitude balloon looking down on a sinkhole. Yeah, but this could be. I could literally just say, "Oh, this is a high altitude balloon looking down on a sinkhole."
No, what I want you to do is I want you to explain how this works. How this works on your model, because I'm telling you this right now.
You haven't
this
given.
Works on flat
you're showing a
really
picture.
Easily.
No, listen.
Yeah.
You're showing a picture, and that's it. You're not explaining the picture.
Listen to what I'm saying. You see that they took a picture.
I can. Listen. You can say that over and over and over again. It's still not going to change the fact that you're just showing a picture. You're not explaining what the picture is seeing. You're not talking about what satellite it was. What height the satellite was at when it took the picture. What was the satellite supposed to be filming?
This is
Do some fucking research. How about that? You're providing the image. Hold on. Did Fight bring that image up on his own, or did you give him that image?
Oh, I gave it to him.
Okay, well then you better know the fucking information about the image if you're prepared to. Yeah, you better know the fucking information, and the information better not just be, well, it's from NASA.
This has just
I don't give a fuck about all that. How high is the satellite? What satellite was it taken from? Give NASA. Okay, if this is from NASA, NASA has all their pictures in a database. That you can just give me the picture that the database is on. I can enter it in, and it'll come up on my screen. And I can get information from that one picture alone. So give me the picture. Give me the NASA archive website. Not the website, but the website with the picture number at the end of it.
I don't know.
Then how do you know this is evidence for anything?
I just found this a few weeks, literally a few weeks ago. Okay. I try and keep everything
I want to tell you the difference.
To make sure I have everything in check.
I want to tell you the difference between me and you. Okay, I want to tell you the difference between me and you. I am not going to use this under any circumstances as evidence for the globe Earth. Not because it doesn't look like a globe Earth, not because of any reason other than I don't have the information to describe what's going on. I have a picture. A picture can be described by anything. Sure, if you have a pre-drawn conclusion and you say the Earth's flat, now how does this picture prove that the Earth's flat? Oh, well then I can find a bunch of ways. If I say, oh, the Earth's a globe, how can this picture show that the Earth's a globe? I can say, oh, I can find a bunch of ways. But if I look at the picture by itself and say, what conclusion can I draw from this picture just by the picture alone? Neither one of those conclusions can be drawn from that one picture. You should be able to have the intellectual honesty to at least agree with me that without a predisposed conclusion, you and I could not draw the shape of the Earth from that one picture. Yes or no?
From this one picture? Look, this is...
Yes, from that one picture.
From this one picture. This is what they're saying. So just listen to me before I answer, okay? This is supposedly over the North Pole. Okay? This is what they graphed out in the 1960s. They're looking at the air currents, and there seems to be a giant empty center where the North Pole is. And I don't know how to explain it.
Which can be explained by satellites that are going, that are traveling over the Earth as the Earth spins underneath it, and taking strips of pictures that they eventually have to piece together. It could be explained by that. That's why I need to know what satellite did it come from. What satellite did it come from?
It's from satellite
I don't know.
ESSA
Look,
3
if I knew,
and ESSA
look, if
7.
I knew, you got it? Okay. Go look it up.
ESSA 3 and ESSA 7. All right, 1 second. It's only 900 miles off the surface, about 1383 kilometers. It's not.
It's 900 miles high.
It's
hold on. It's
so
900 miles high.
You know what it's doing? It's going. Hold on. It's one of the satellites that are similar to GPS. It's going to just circle. It's not as high as GPS. It's much closer to the Earth.
Okay.
It's probably two and a half times the height of the ISS.
Right.
So that thing is going to go around the Earth and take pictures, and it's going to put those pictures together. That's not a single picture, 100%.
So
okay.
the
fact that you said
CJ, stop 1 sec. Here we go.
I'll let you talk.
So this is a composite photo from ESSA 3. It was a polar orbiting satellite, and this image is a montage produced by NASA from a number of separate half-lit images to give a measure of global cloud cover.
Yeah. Sorry. One, I don't even believe this thing's 900 miles high. That's the first part we need to get out the way. But thank you for the information.
If you don't believe it, do you have any proof? Yeah, where's the evidence to support that claim? Or that belief? I guess it's not a claim because you just said, I believe.
You remember our last debate? You remember our last debate?
Part of a lot of them.
Yeah, I know.
I remember our last one was
it gets
fairly
much
enjoyable.
Well, if I remember,
yeah, it was more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be.
You said in one of the debates that a rocket that was sent up by NASA, I think it was just recent. I think it was 400 or 500 miles, and then it had to curve. It's avoiding the dome at 400, 500 miles, and then this one's 900. No, and then this one is 900.
Gravity turn.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not buying it.
No, that's
sorry,
not where.
but
oh my
this
God.
Right here, this right here looks like the air currents. This right here, I'm letting you all know this. This right here looks like the air currents of flat Earth, and for some reason in the center,
it's a composite
there
picture.
seems to be less air.
Yeah, well, this is a composite picture, and it's actually because there is no stable orbit over the poles. So when they take the composite photos, it ends up with a hole at the middle, like that.
Yeah, no, sorry, not buying it.
I mean, you can say I'm not
truth
buying
is,
it.
I have no idea why that holds
we
there.
know you don't. Right, CJ.
I have a theory.
CJ, here's your answer about rockets curving down. They have to go into orbit.
No, that's a lie because
no,
the Earth doesn't. move. The Earth doesn't rotate.
It's called a gravity turn.
The Earth does rotate.
Yeah, I know.
turn.
I know about that, but the Earth doesn't rotate.
Yes, the Earth does rotate. Just ask Bob Nadell.
No, the Earth doesn't rotate. I don't feel it moving. And if it was moving at
no
1,000
reason
miles
you
an hour,
should.
it would shoot me off. It would shoot me off. And
No, it wouldn't. I can do the calculations for centrifugal force if you like.
No. It would shoot me off. End of story. I can spin a ball right now with my bare hands.
Yeah.
With water on it, and the water will start to go flying.
Yeah. Do you want to
With my bare hands.
Do you want to calculate the centrifugal force on that tiny spinning ball?
No.
The centrifugal force on
I
it?
have physical evidence with my bare hands. I can grab a tennis ball, throw it in water, and spin it, and the water will start to sprinkle everywhere.
Yes.
That's my hands.
Let me ask you that. Let me ask you something.
And you're going to tell me 900 to 1,000
Let me
miles
ask you
isn't going to
something.
knock me
Hold
out?
on. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. When the Earth rotates at 1 rotation per day, how many times did that ball rotate when you spun it in like within 3 seconds?
It doesn't matter. It's not moving 1,000 miles an hour.
Ha! Doesn't fucking matter because you don't want to admit that you understand.
No,
that
it doesn't matter because it's not
that
moving
the
1,000 miles an hour.
Your explanation is dumb. Okay, you're not
No, my
calculating
explanation
force.
is simple.
You're calculating.
It's simple.
No,
basic
yeah,
knowledge.
simple. Exactly, simple to a simpleton. Yes, very simple. So simple that it's fucking wrong. Absolutely wrong. You're not talking about speed at this point. Calculate force.
Yeah,
When
sorry,
you
I'm
calculate
not buying
force, which is the right
I'm
way to
not
do
buying
it,
it.
when you calculate forces
I'm not buying
with the
it.
right way to
CJ,
do
just
it,
listen.
you'll
If
see where your problem
if
is.
I can recreate the product of what the Earth is spinning like right here
You
in
can't.
my damn
You
room,
can't. You
and I
can't.
can do it
No,
on a lesser speed, I could do it at a lesser
No.
speed because I cannot freaking
No.
spin a ball.
CJ,
1,000
You're not
miles
CJ,
an hour.
doing it at
I
a
can't.
lesser speed.
That's
CJ, you're
extremely
not doing
fast.
it at a lesser speed, and
So
you have
yeah.
to calculate the centrifugal forces, which is the thing that would push you off the center. The centrifugal force on that ball is really, really high because it's tiny and spinning quite fast. The centrifugal force on Earth at the equator is 0.029 meters per second squared, which is about 0.5% of the gravitational acceleration. So there is no
CJ,
way the Earth could throw you off.
CJ,
Sorry,
listen.
not buying it.
Hold on, CJ, listen. I will personally time myself out for 5 minutes, okay? And you got to answer this question within 10 seconds. If you can give me two of the variables for the centrifugal force equation.
No. I told you, I don't do math already. I've said
Then
this
how
a
the
million
fuck
times.
do you know you're right? But how do you know you're
math,
right?
and
No,
so
but
many other things
how do you know
are now
you're right? You
down
have
the
to be
drain.
able to make a prediction. No, but CJ, you don't get it, bro.
Yeah, I
you
can
have
make a
to
prediction.
convince yourself. No, but you
I can
cannot
put
make a
any
prediction.
ball
You
in
can't
water,
do math to
spin
prove
it,
your
and the water
prediction.
goes flying.
No, you cannot.
If the Earth
No,
isn't doing that while it's
but-
spinning, that means it's not spinning.
But CJ,
The ocean
CJ,
should
when
be
you don't do
sprinkling
math,
everywhere, and we should all be dying.
CJ, when you
Even if
don't
we
know,
were
when
to
you
stay
don't do
stuck.
math, when you don't do math, you don't understand
Oh my
where
God,
you're
please.
wrong. Okay?
Please
So
stop
do
with
math,
the fake
and
science
then try to
the
come
fake
back to
math.
us.
Please stop.
It's
Stop
not
with
our
the
fault
fake
that you don't
science.
Centrifugal
understand
force is not fake. Centrifugal force is a real thing that can be calculated. You understand that, right? We know how to calculate for centrifugal force to predict what centrifugal force there should be. The centrifugal force you feel from Earth spinning is tiny compared to the force that is holding us on Earth. All right? That is the facts of the matter. Your ignorance to the facts do not change it.
Sorry, if something was moving at 1,000 miles an hour, we'd all die. Not just that.
Citation required.
Look, assuming
Citation
assuming
required.
Assuming it works. Assuming it even works, all planes would have to fly in one direction. Every
No.
single plane, because the pressure would be so much that the planes would freaking break.
no, stop.
Because 40-mile
Stop.
winds almost made a
No.
plane crash.
Planes use the atmosphere.
40-mile winds almost made a plane
CJ,
crash.
CJ, shut
So
up.
don't tell me 1,000-mile
CJ,
winds won't do that.
There's no 1,000-mile-an-hour wind. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Okay?
Yeah, magic. See, fairy tale magic. This is what I mean. This is religion. What you just said right here is religion.
It's not.
You're making it up.
Centrifugal force
This is made up
calculations are
religion.
not religion. Centrifugal force
This is
calculations are
religion.
something.
This is a blind faith belief.
Maths is
This
not
is religion.
We've got a PhD that wants to talk to you. Would you have a conversation with a PhD guy?
What does he want to ask? I want to hear this. Oh, no. What question does he have? I want to hear this.
I'll send him a link.
How do you tie your shoes without giving yourself a concussion?
Nate, please stop talking. Remember, you believe there's a core inside of the earth.
Silence.
You believe in imaginary things.
Silence is
You believe in imaginary things, bro.
Do you understand how Velcro works?
So sad absurdity kind of like lost connection. I wanted to keep him here. We would have kept talking about like a mixture of religion and flat earth.
Yeah, I was actually enjoying y'all's conversation. I was listening in the car as I was driving around, so I was enjoying y'all's conversation. It's fresh not to talk about flat Earth. I know we've devolved into the realm of darkness that is the flat Earth, but everybody fucking loves to talk about it. It's the best dumpster fire on the internet right now. No fucking lie. I stopped denying the lighter fluid.
All right, Tony, I am just sending you a link to join now. So,
what question does he have?
It's probably going to be something that you deny, because that's all you flat.
Either I'm going to deny it, or it's going to be a stupid question, or it's going to be something made up.
Right, let me ask you.
Or he's actually going to ask me, or he might actually ask me a real question, and I might be able to answer.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that someone with a PhD in something is someone that knows what they're talking about?
No, I believe they're indoctrinated.
You believe that someone with a PhD that has studied is indoctrinated?
Yeah, it's not. You have a master's, especially master's to doctorate. Yeah, you're indoctrinated. At that point, unless it's a physical, like something physical that you do as a living, then
Oh well, no. Tony is the person. Tony is the person to.
You're talking about quantum physics, stuff like that. Then it's all imaginary.
CJ, Tony uses gravity for his job.
Yeah, good luck with that.
No, he's paid quite handsomely for it, actually.
No.
Tony, welcome.
He uses a magnetic force for the job. That's what he does.
Oh God.
Hello.
Tony, welcome. How you doing?
What up, Tony?
Hi. I'm well.
Hello, Tony.
How are you guys?
Tony, this is why you are an idiot, and he says that you use electromagnetic forces for your job, not gravity.
It's the only thing that's in the earth.
That's demonstrably false, but that's not really what I wanted to discuss. So, CJ, do you accept that there exists functional technology that you don't know how to design?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I can learn how to do it, but, there's stuff I don't know how to use, of course.
Well, actually, not with the attitude you've exhibited this evening, you can't.
Well, I mean, truth is, I don't need to ask anybody.
It requires technical expertise and the willingness to accept experimental results and to make quantitative forecasts of what you expect from a particular experiment. And so far this evening, what you've exhibited is that you absolutely eschew the need for any sort of quantitative forecast. And as soon as evidence is presented to you, you just go, well, I'm not buying that. And really, I'm struggling. I'm struggling to imagine why it is that you have so much confidence in your own perception when you admit the profundity of your own ignorance.
Why do I have so much confidence in what I believe? One, because I've seen what I believe. That's the first part. And I know that's going to sound crazy to y'all, but like I said, I've seen. It's not a joke. I've seen it. The second thing is that the technology, I really don't need to talk to a single human to learn how to use technology. I know exactly who to contact. They're called the Watchers. I can contact them, and they will literally show me in exchange for something else. And they'll show me how to make stuff that you guys have no idea about. because they're smarter than the human race.
The fuck you just say?
So all this technology that we have isn't really coming from humans. It's coming from angels, the watchers, passed down to humans, and then the humans act like they made it. That's what's happening, and then the humans learn how to use it, and we're basically building the Antichrist society, which is why you see the RFID chip, Mark of the Beast, etc. All this technology comes from the Watchers. It's nothing new. It happened before.
Okay, so obviously you're suggesting that I'm indoctrinated and I don't understand reality. Can I ask you to expound on the evidence you have for the existence of these watches?
Oh, one besides the text talks about it. The Book of Enoch talks about it, how the Watchers taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and basically they learned how to use the metals. They learned how to use the metals of the earth, and smelting, stuff like that. You melt the rock, you melt all the metal, and then you shape it. You pass electricity through it, and then you use it as technology. This happened before the flood. This happened before the flood. It's nothing new.
So my next question is everything that's written down true?
Is everything? Of course not. That's common sense.
So on what basis do you distinguish between books that are written down that are true and books that are written down that aren't true?
Okay, here. I'll give an example. In a science textbook, it says the core of the earth exists. That's false. It doesn't exist. No one has been able to prove it. No one has been able to dig 4,000 miles to prove the core of the earth exists. Now, let's go to my Bible.
That is a faulty syllogism. That's a faulty syllogism. Do you understand that?
Let me just
No, you don't get to start with a faulty syllogism. So if you say something that is logically false, why should I let you continue? Because you've started from something that's logically false. You cannot end up in a meaningful place with a valid argument from a false proposition, right?
Well,
and this is the problem. This is a broader problem for you, because you don't even apply logic, so it doesn't really matter what axioms you start off with.
You need to understand, my view of the world is completely different from you guys. I mean, just completely.
Yeah, I think we all understand that.
Yeah,
I think
we get that.
Have that fairly clearly in mind.
Let me get what I was trying to get across. Basically, I was talking about the core of the earth and it doesn't exist. Well, let's go to the Bible. The Bible says there were giants on the earth. Did giants exist? Is the Bible telling the truth? Well, okay, this is what he said. He said there were giants. He said he flooded the earth, which means there should be evidence, bodies everywhere. And that's what we see. They're all over the internet. Anyone who wants to look.
No, it isn't.
The bodies of the giants are everywhere. There's giant footprints all over the earth. And we have the historical documents. Everything needed to prove my case. Not just that, there's blood inside of them.
I can demonstrate that you are exactly wrong in everything you just. Yes.
Prove it. Good luck. I got the physical evidence right here. It's on the earth. You want to see? Would you like to see?
If you're about to show me an image, that isn't physical evidence, is it?
You want to go travel there? Where do you want to go? Iran? Saudi Arabia?
It doesn't matter.
You want to go to Alabama? There's one in Alabama.
It doesn't matter that rock structures can be interpreted by the human brain as resembling biological implements. You can take chemical samples of those structures and they're just rock.
Really? Hold on. No, hold on.
That's funny.
Yeah, you like this picture, don't you, CJ?
So
which one?
So do you understand how a footprint works? Have you ever walked on sand or clay? Because that's not the structure the footprint has, right? Your heel hits first, it pushes the sand forward, then you roll your weight forward onto your toes, onto the front of your foot, and then it piles the sand back. So this is not a footprint. It's obviously fabricated in some way.
Really?
And yes, quite clearly, go down to the beach and look at a footprint. Look at the footprints you leave in the sand when you walk in wet sand. This bears no relationship to them. Also,
Craig, post a picture. Post a picture, please.
Also, your photograph lacks. Also, your photograph, as far as I can see, no, sorry. He's hiding behind my face there. I can see my own face, which is hiding the guy off to the left-hand side. I was about to say there was no scale. But footprints of people who walk have piles of material in the middle of them because of the way the toes and the front of the foot push material around. Do you accept that? Do you understand what I just described?
Hold on. I want Craig to post a picture. Craig,
no.
Picture.
That's a yes or no question. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah, I understand how footprints work. Okay.
Okay. So you understand that is not a.
Listen, I have.
You understand that was not.
The heel, what we call the heel pushing in, and then it pressing down. I have a picture. You said there's no biological evidence inside of them. Why is there blood inside of these, rocks? Why is there blood inside of these giants? Why are people finding blood inside of them?
They aren't.
Really? They aren't?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Of course.
That is
why
a
are people finding blood inside of it?
Everybody in the chat can look up what a spinel is. A spinel is a type of gemstone. They're often used in geophysical studies to analyze the characteristics. It says spinel from Lukyen, Yanbai province.
No, that's blood.
This rock
that's
looks like a steak.
Petrified.
No, it isn't.
Okay?
It's a spinel,
yes,
and you can do it. You can do a chemical analysis of it. You can look at its crystalline structure, and people do this all the time. People do this professionally. You can also do a multitude of dating techniques on this, and demonstrate that the world is much older than the.
Hold on, you think carbon dating works?
Oh God.
No, that's not what I said, is it? Did I mention carbon dating? No, I didn't.
Potassium argon dating led to a 4. You said the dating method. What dating method? Which one?
Yes, so you can use uranium thorium, you can use uranium lead, you can use potassium argon, you can use argon, you can use rubidium strontium, you can use hafnium neodymium.
And they don't. I know they don't work. Ken Hovind has been through this. The dating methods don't. Not just that. Willard Libby. He was one of the creators of the dating. He was one of the creators of the dating method.
Is an ignoramus who doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's leave aside radiogenic dating then. Let's look at rhythmite dating, VAV chronologies, ice core
How about
layers.
we just look at historical documents?
No, I'm not even finished. We can look at optical and thermally stimulated luminescence dating. We can look at electron spin resonance dating. We can look at amino acid racemization. There are so many dating techniques available to us, and they are none of the, dendrochronology is another rhythmite, and none of them, absolutely none of them, are consistent with the chronology you suggest. There are 183 magnetic reversals, reversals of the magnetic field preserved on the floor of the ocean, of the Pacific Ocean. Now, if the Earth is only 6,000 years old, that would mean that the magnetic field has been reversing at about once every 30 years. That's weird because we don't see it reverse once every 30 years, do we?
I'm listening.
Well, do we?
That was a question. Do we see Earth's magnetic field reverse every 30 years?
Who knows? I don't check how Earth's magnetic field works.
People with
assuming it's a magnetic field
generally,
and not a magnetic underworld.
Could you repeat that last phrase for me?
Assuming it's not a magnetic field and it's just magnetically under us, because that's what the evidence shows, that there actually is no magnetic field. What it shows is that
so now there's no magnetic field.
The Earth.
So there's no gravity. There's no magnetic field. Can I ask how you think your computer works?
Magic.
Huh?
So now you're throwing out electromagnetism. Okay, so now I'm wondering how you think your computer works.
No, I have no idea. All I know
Could
is
you
power through it.
Could you perhaps get a watcher to explain to us how a computer works?
Yeah.
No, I'm not really in.
Is this something? Is this something we can do in real time?
I'm not allowed to contact them, and I doubt they would show up.
You're not allowed to.
Oh my God.
Yeah, God said, "Don't even waste your time." God said, "Don't waste your time with them. They're going to hell." He said, "Don't waste your time with them."
But you're here anyway. You are wasting your time with us.
Is this happening?
Yeah.
God told you to do something, and you're here not doing it.
No, I'm not supposed to waste my time with fallen angels. What am I going to do with them?
Well, apparently
what am I going to do? The only reason I would have to contact fallen angels is for them to teach me new technology. And then I would come out of nowhere and I'd be like, hey, look, I created something new when really it's not new. It's old. That's the only reason they contact me.
That's the joke.
Okay, can I...
Y'all missed his joke. Y'all missed his joke entirely. He said somebody was going to teach him something. Ha!
Yeah.
Yeah, I did miss that. That's a... Though you're a bastard, team. Let's get that on the record.
Team knows that.
You missed it, Fight the Flat Earth. He was... the Daniel Pratt.
I told you.
Graduate of Kent Hovind? Yeah, I remember.
I told you, the world that you think is real is completely different from me. You think there's a magnetic field. I don't know that. So I leave it out, and I say, okay, the Earth is magnetic. But is there actually a magnetic field? I don't know.
But you were suggesting that the forces ascribed to gravity are a result of magnetism, which requires...
No, I said that's the only thing under the Earth that I know of. That's the only thing under the Earth that I know that actually pulls.
So again,
everything else is the assumption.
So you are... Okay, so you are telling us that you are in direct communication with God.
There's a word for people.
Yeah, of course. I can talk to him real easy.
Okay. All right. So can you ask him questions and does he answer?
Yeah, sometimes. Of course, not all the time.
Okay.
Okay.
So
is your brain breaking?
What's 5 divided by 0?
So does God provide you with factual information that you didn't possess before?
Yeah, he did a ton. Too much, honestly.
Okay.
Like, it took me years to learn it, but
okay. Is this externally verified? So, if, for instance, you were to ask God, if you were to ask God what type of computer I'm using, would God be able to tell you?
No. There's no point in him telling me that. He's trying to give me information. One, for what is coming.
Yes, there is. Hold on. No, hold on. There's 800 people watching here right now, and I guarantee you 700 of them don't believe God exists. That would be proof right there. That would be evidence that would sway so many fucking people. So pray to God and ask God, what kind of computer is Tony using, so he himself can show you, manifest himself through you, and sway these people.
No,
he does it with Christian preachers. He should be
idiot?
able to do it with you.
It doesn't work like that.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that the fucking the Southern Baptist religion? You're telling me that the Southern Baptist religion doesn't have fucking preachers and
do I look Southern Baptist?
Speaks in tongues.
Do I
God
look
is
Southern
God,
Baptist?
dumbass.
Do I look any of that?
It doesn't
No,
matter.
what
So-
you're
God is
doing
God,
is
dumbass.
you're trying to put me in a place that's retarded. God talks to me
so-
to
No,
show
it's
me
it's
things,
falsifiable.
not to
It's
show
what we
me
call being
Okay.
some
falsifiable.
damn computer.
It's falsifiable.
Okay.
No,
So
it's falsifiable. That's your problem.
Here, I'll give you an
has
example.
Has God shared with you his reasons for direct communication with you?
Huh?
Why does
Well,
he talk?
I
Why does God talk to you and not to me?
I chose. He kind of left the door open. I kind of walked through, and then I listened. I just shut up and listened and did what he said, and then everything started to make sense. Because look, I'll tell you the story. Basically, what happens is it's not that I never talked with God. I just wasn't as in touch with him as I am now. Because when I first started, I believed, but I wasn't really talking to him like I do now. Because what happened is I literally looked into the sky and I'm like, God, what the heck is going on? Because things in my life were a mess, partially my own fault, but then partially also other people's fault. But I asked him, okay, what's going on? Immediately, that same day, he put something in my head. And I typed it in, and I was just like, okay, what the? I immediately typed it in on the internet. And then what happened is that little piece led me to another piece. That little piece led me to another piece. That little piece led me to another piece. And then 4 years later, it's just a long trail of information. 4 or 5, like pretty much 4 or 5 years later, it's just a long trail of information, little by little. Like a lot of people don't know this. Giants are going to attack the human race again. Like a lot of people don't know this.
So do you have a
will
time
attack.
scale on which that's going to occur?
Yeah, can I really? I need to get some shit in order if that's happening.
There's nothing. He says he's
I
not.
am
Basically, he's not going to tell us the
cocaine
time.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not going to tell us the time.
So it seems like you've been on a personal journey and that you're in an emotionally much better place now as a result of your faith. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's just
make?
The knowledge I had before compared to now doesn't even compare. Because I still believed the Earth was a ball back in the day when I was believing in God. Okay, so that's already one big thing. And let's not even get started on Yggdrasil.
Okay, sorry. Why did you disagree with my statement?
Why do I disagree with your statement?
And my statement was that you feel emotionally better off now than you were before you started your journey of faith.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here. Okay. So
no,
I mean, okay, and that's fair enough. This is a delicate conversation to have because I don't necessarily feel like I'm professionally competent in this area. But have you considered the possibility? Have you considered the possibility that perhaps your emotional needs have induced you to accept things that perhaps aren't well supported?
It's the exact opposite.
To accept
it. No, it's the exact opposite. I go based off. Now I'm trusting.
Please,
the reason. Listen. Hold on. Before I finish, let me just finish real quick.
Yeah.
The reason I'm so trusting of myself and God now is because the lie of the whole ball Earth was removed. The moment I found out the Earth wasn't a ball, from that point on, everything was a lie. This isn't a joke. That's why you hear me say science is a lie, math is a lie, writing is a lie. Not that it doesn't exist. What I mean is what's being written down from so many books, from so much math and so much science is completely bullshit. E = mc squared. It's complete bullshit. It's just a bunch of letters on a piece of paper. That's not reality.
Okay, so is there a person you trust implicitly?
I trust God. God.
Okay,
That's one.
but that wasn't my
No,
wasn't my
no, no.
question.
You
Does
need to
there
understand.
exist a person?
Even though there are people who believe similar to me, I prefer to keep to myself and stick with God.
Okay.
So
Right.
it's not that I don't trust people, but like I'm always hesitant of always like getting too close.
Okay.
I avoid it.
So I want to put something to you, and I don't want it to come across as a personal attack of any sort. I believe that everybody, you say that you have absolute confidence in your own senses. And I only have limited confidence in my senses because the brain makes a lot of shortcuts when it's trying to interpret sensory information, and it applies patterns that it's got before, and it tries to make things fit into a coherent whole. So to some extent, our brain can play tricks on us at points, right? And this happens to everybody. Everybody is, to some extent, susceptible to this sort of taking stuff and
we've all fallen for it.
Yeah, and so I just, I don't want to attack your faith because it's clearly quite important to you and it makes you feel better, and you should keep that. But I am a little concerned that by isolating yourself in the way you have, you're allowing the possibility that you can drift away from shared reality, and perhaps it would be useful to find some neutral person, somebody whose intellectual honesty you trust, who to serve as a sounding board, just to sort of, because and I say this not, again, I'm not trying to attack you as a person or your faith or anything like that. I want the very best for you, and I think that what I'm suggesting might help you get to a better place, and I hope that my advice comes across in that sense.
No, I'm good. No, the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is almost out. Sorry, but the mark of the beast is almost out.
That was elegant, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah,
hold on,
rock.
CJ. That was elegant, Tony.
The mark of the beast is almost out, and I don't know what exactly is going to happen, but people are already being arrested for not taking the mark and not accepting it.
Citation,
and they're being put in prison. One guy was killed. It's in my last video. Watch my last video. There was a guy that was killed. He didn't want to accept the mark. They killed him. Other people are being put in prison. I'd rather suffer and endure or die.
Yeah, okay.
And return to my king than stay here, because no matter what, I'm going to die anyway.
Okay,
but how are you going to feel after you die and you realize that you wasted your whole life hoping something was real that wasn't real? Then you're going to look really...
I can see the dome.
From your own perspective.
I already know what's going to happen to you guys. I can see it. I can hear the screams.
Okay, so that's... now, I want... So, there was... I'm Australian. Actually, I went to kindergarten with Olivia Newton-John's niece and nephew in first grade. It was my closest brush with fame.
Nice.
Olivia Newton-John was in a film called Xanadu, and there was a man in the US who was severely mentally ill and believed that he was receiving messages intended for him that were being flashed to him from Olivia Newton-John's eyes during Xanadu. And on the basis of those messages, he killed some people.
Okay, I'll stop laughing now.
So my concern is, if you believe in an apocalyptic threat, or you may be prepared to do something that is extreme, either to yourself or to other people, in order to either prevent or facilitate some particular dramatic outcome you see as desirable or undesirable.
No, it's really this simple. Well, go finish. I'll let you finish.
And I don't want to see that happen to you or to anyone around you. So this comes from a deep concern and not any attempt whatever to criticize or attack. I am honestly trying to help as best I can, because people with convictions that are people with really severe convictions, and you would admit this yourself, there are religious extremists or political extremists who commit acts of vile hatred and violence. And some of them are religious, some of them are non-religious, but it doesn't matter. The acts that they perform are completely despicable. And that's the danger that can happen when you let your beliefs drive you to unhealthy places.
Don't worry. I don't look. It's not like I go look for trouble. Okay. I stay to myself.
Okay.
People.
Okay.
Here's the reality. People come to bother me majority of the time. That is the reality.
Okay.
Just like this debate.
No, those are called doctors and nurses, and they're trying to put you in your jacket and give you your medication.
Okay,
they're not coming to bother you.
Yeah.
So
no,
I
when it comes
hope
to the vaccine and what's happening, I'm going to let you know this. They're not going to put it in me. Either I kill them or I die.
Right.
It's one of the two. Now, I'm not going around looking for trouble.
Right.
But
let me ask you a serious question. What is the mark?
Huh?
What is the mark?
The mark on the hand is RFID chip right now. And everyone who has taken that mark, you're going to hell.
So
are
you saying the mark of the beast is RFID chips?
Yeah, if you put it inside you, you're going to hell.
And people have been arrested. People have been arrested for not having an RFID chip installed.
Right now, no, it's because right now they just started this. The corona vaccine, the coronavirus, all this stuff. That's the point of the virus. The point of the virus is to turn society against society, meaning that I don't want to take the vaccine, but because society is accepting the fact that the virus is real, they will attack me because I reject it and I don't think it's real. And basically, the police will come up to me. The police will come up to me one day and tell me I have to do what they say, and that's going to be a fun day for me.
Let me ask you a question.
I have a lot to let out.
What do you think the next? What do you think the next mark of the beast is going to be? Because the last mark of the beast before the RFID chip was the mark of the beast was the social security numbers. They were like, oh look, social security numbers. There's 3 of them. It's always broken up into 3 different.
No, it has to be.
It's the mark of the beast.
No, it has to be something attached to the body.
Now it's RFID. No, that was the previous one. Now it's RFID. What's it going to be in the future? You see, it's always going to evolve because that prophecy. But CJ, listen, it's always that idea will always evolve to whatever the current electronic or the paradigm with society is. Because it's never going to be fulfilled, just like it wasn't fulfilled when it was the social security numbers, just like it's not going to be fulfilled now. There will be a future time when you're going to say that the mark of the beast is going to be something completely different.
The skin.
That's why the Bible is bullshit.
Now.
That is why the Bible is bullshit.
Happening now, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
It's not happening now.
You can interpret it. You can interpret it in a fucking any way. It's bullshit as a history book. It's not. I'm not gonna say whatever you want to say about it being a book of feeling good. Fine, if that's what it makes you do, that's fine. That's your business. But it's not a fucking history book. Okay, history does not change because there's a new interpretation that's available. Okay, we don't say in 100 years from now we're not going to go back and say, oh well, the Civil War was something completely different than what it was, because the Civil War was the fucking Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like the Holocaust, right?
I just want to clarify here that I want to I want to reiterate that I didn't come on to attack you, and I hope you don't feel that that was my motivation.
No.
Okay, so
trust me, I've heard worse.
Okay, so one of the problems that I have with the literalism with the Bible is the selection of what is and isn't in the Bible is fairly random. It obviously wasn't written in English; it's been translated, and at least some portions of the Bible were deliberately edited out, right? So there were originally that in the Bible as it currently stands, there's only one incident in which Christ gets angry, and that's with the moneylenders at the temple, right? And he drives them out with a whip. But originally there were actually two stories where Christ got angry. But the medieval monks who copied, are responsible for the copies that ultimately we received, they decided that that wasn't a good story and they edited it out. They got rid of it. So what is in the Bible and what isn't in the Bible has been willfully manipulated by many generations of people since it was first written down. And so I have very grave concerns about how accurate this document can be.
Actually, it's extremely accurate. It's
okay.
It's so accurate, it's actually insane, which I thought was crazy. Because at first, even when I believed back in the day, I thought it was accurate, but like not as accurate as I thought, because there were some things that confused the heck out of me in the Bible. Now, I understand it, and I understand why God, did the things that He did. I'm just like, okay, now it makes sense.
Would you suggest that the Bible is completely logical?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to show you Bible verses, consecutive Bible verses that directly contradict one another.
One at a time. One verse at a time. Okay. Which one do you want? I'll do every.
Next
I
to
think
one
there's like
another.
200 or 300 contradictions supposedly in the Bible that they said. I can do all 200 to 300, but one at a time.
Okay, so Proverbs 6:25, I think it is.
We're going to go for about 10, 15 minutes more, and then going to read super chats.
Sorry, it's another one. But the Proverbs, there are two. Sorry, I've got it wrong. But the Proverbs, there are two consecutive Proverbs verses. One says, "Do not listen to a fool. Do not indulge a fool, lest you become a fool." And the other one, and the immediately subsequent verse says that you should always take a fool on his own terms. So the Bible logically contradicts itself in the space of two consecutive verses. I just can't remember the verse numbers.
I like the verse from the prophet.
Just bring me any verse. Just please.
I like the verse from the prophet Jay-Z. Never
right. How does that?
Because people at a distance can't tell who.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the genocides? You want to talk about slavery? What do you want to talk about?
Okay, so I don't.
The passing down of sin to the children.
I don't.
Where do you want to go with this?
I don't. Well, all I'm saying is that there exist points where the Bible logically contradicts itself.
You're gonna have to give me verses.
Of a fool. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's
I'll
going to take
it. I'll do it for
why doesn't Team fill or fight the flat Earth fill the void while I look these up?
Yeah. Look, I'll do it for you real quick. I'll do one for you. Okay? I'm gonna do one for you real quick. Okay? 1 Samuel 15:3. The Bible says, "Utterly destroy the Amalekites, kill the men, women, children, kill everything." Why, when God says it's bad to kill? Why is He saying that? Well, it's simple. You guys don't know what the word Amalekite means. You guys think they're human. The word Amalekite means vampire-like demon. That's what the word Amalekite means. They're Nephilim. They're giants. And God gave the order, kill all the giants, men, women, and children. Kill the children of Satan. And God gives us permission to put them into slavery, to abuse them, to do whatever the heck we want to them. We're allowed to do whatever we want to the giants.
What a nice
I can cut off one's
guy.
head and put it
what
on
a
a
morally
pipe.
sound individual.
Okay?
Somebody we
But
should
when it
all
comes to
look
the
up
human
to,
race,
guys.
God says don't kill them, treat them good, treat them nice, don't enslave them, nothing like that. But when it comes to the children of Satan, you slaughter every single one of them. You kill the Rephaim, you kill the Amalekites, you kill the Hittites, you kill the Jebusites, you kill the Philistines, you kill every single giant on this damn earth to fulfill the prophecy of Joshua.
So
That's the reality.
I'm looking at Proverbs 26:5.
Mm-hmm.
Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you will be like him himself. Answer a fool according to his folly, or he will be wise in his own eyes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the Bible logically contradicts itself in two successive verses, two successive lines. Okay, so your statement that the Bible is a logical document is just been proven false.
Okay, what's the verse? Proverbs what?
26:5.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I need. That's all I need. I'll do the rest.
And I mean, you know, it's I guess I'm at a bit of a loss here. I feel very much out of my depth.
Okay.
There's so there's a you know, I just don't believe that
Come here. All right, I'm going to read it. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him. Okay? Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit. Okay?
Yep.
So you answer him in his conceit. Listen to what it says. Lest he be wise in his own conceit. Basically meaning that you answer him when he is thinking that he's correct when he's not. You don't answer him to be like him. You don't answer him to be like him. That's the difference. I mean, the two verses are right there.
Yes, I know.
The two verses are right there.
And
it's not a contradiction.
Your interpretation.
It's telling you two different things. It's telling you two different things.
No, you are. No,
Answer not a fool according to his folly, at least you be like him. Okay?
Yes. That says don't answer a fool according to his folly.
He be wise in his own conceit, meaning don't leave the fool as a fool. You answer him in his own conceit, in his own stupidity. Basically, don't leave him stupid. But don't answer a fool and follow him. That's all it's saying. That's all it's saying. It's really that simple. I'm literally reading it right here.
So
anyone can read it.
So, yes. And I have read it, and my English comprehension skills are quite good. Thank you very much. So I can only suggest that, again, that you need to find somebody intellectually honest you can trust to talk to about your current situation.
Yeah, that's always a problem when it's like...
I don't really have a situation. I mean, pretty much fine. Look, the end's slowly coming. The technology of the Watchers is already on the Earth. Okay, everyone's using it. Cars, airplanes, cell phones, laptops, TVs.
Oh, okay.
All the technology comes from the
computers.
We're using it, just like the days of Noah.
You're literally using
just
it
like
right
the days
now,
of Noah.
so how are you contradicting yourself? Why are you even bothering contradicting yourself if you know that the wrath of God is to be brought upon you for doing this?
What are you talking about?
Bring on the wrath of God.
You're using technology from the watchers, right? Your supposed
Yeah,
watchers,
because
the people who
you
are
can't stop the
ruining
word of God.
search.
God said,
Okay,
let
so
it happen.
So you are
He said you
using
can't stop it. He
technology.
said, just
You're
let it
not
happen.
convincing. You're not convincing anybody about God. You're making God look even worse than he already does look, because you're just saying dumbass shit without having any evidence to back it up, and saying that that's good enough for God. Tony asked you. He gave you a very easy way of proving that God speaks to you. Just simply have God tell you something about Tony that nobody but Tony would know. Any one item. That right there would be using this technology to spread the word of God, but yet you can't even do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's retarded.
You're not going to do it because it falsifies your fucking narrative. No, there is a point. No, there is a point. No, there is a point, CJ.
No.
CJ, there is a point. You could easily convince people in the audience. Yes. You see it as no point because you know you're in a non-win situation.
No.
Okay, but if you're being intellectually honest about it,
God,
then you would be able to.
No matter what.
Bullshit.
I know this for a fact.
I guarantee you.
I know that even if God was to pop up in front of you, you would not accept him. And I'm 100% sure
there would be people out there. Whether I would or I would not, out of the 780 people that are watching right now, somebody would.
No, the majority of them
God could use this technology to spread his word to you, and he chooses not to? Or is it because your narrative is falsified by that?
I know that? This is hard out. Read at the time of Moses. What happened during the time of Moses? God literally came down and showed himself to everyone. And you want to know what still happened? When Moses was around, people in the tribe were like, I don't want him. I don't like the way he does things. I'm going to go over here to these guys. That's basically what they did. A large portion of them were just like, I don't want this guy. I want these guys over here. They're more fun. I can do whatever I want.
CJ, you do realize that probably at least 20 or 30% of this audience does believe in God. Even though they don't believe the earth is flat and they think you're crazy and wrong, they do still believe in God. This would strengthen their beliefs. And you can't do that? You're telling me your God, your conceptual God, is not strong enough to strengthen the beliefs of people following him and possibly convert other people? Someone like me who's left the faith, if you could tell me one thing that was so absolutely secretive that only Tony would know, that would convince me more that I'm wrong for leaving the faith.
I have come to the conclusion.
It's not about you. It's about God. Is God not speaking through you?
It doesn't matter what I prove or anything like that. You don't want him.
I didn't ask you to prove. I asked you to demonstrate. Demonstrate. Demonstrate.
I was like, oh, okay, they know God is real. They just don't want him.
Can you demonstrate it outside of your own mind?
Talking about?
Can you demonstrate it outside of your own confirmation bias? No, can you demonstrate that outside of your own confirmation bias?
On the earth, just like the Bible
no,
said.
I have not. I've seen what you said to be bodies of giants, but no, they're not bodies of giants. Sorry.
Yes, they are. There's a reason
nobody's
they have
1,200 kilometers tall.
Detailed. Okay, so there is no excuse at this point.
There is no excuse. Stop. CJ, stop. There is no excuse for flat Earth. The stupidity is incredible. You are right.
No,
and on that note, I am going to transition into reading the super chats because, fuck me, guys. I love you all because there is so many super chats. I don't know why you do this to me. It's incredible.
Yeah, whenever I come on, there's so much.
Yeah, it's all about you, CJ. Yes, team.
Fight. May I step out early from the super chats? I have to be at 10 o'clock, and
you cannot.
That's 45 minutes away from now.
You do not have permission.
You have more subscribers. Yeah, he does have more subscribers than me, so I have to stay. No, I really do got to go though.
Yeah, no, team. Thank you for coming on. Do you want to just have a final word before you leave?
Yeah, real quick. Of course, Why You're an Idiot is invited tomorrow night onto my channel. We are having a conversation with JM Truth. JM Warren. Yeah, that's what we're going to call him. Since we're calling JL Warren JL Truth now, we'll call him JM Warren. No, we're going to have a conversation with JM Truth about the importance of wearing masks. He doesn't believe that masks are important. I know that I do have a small portion of my audience also does not believe that masks are important. They believe it's all hyped up and a hoax and everything else. I asked Why You're an Idiot at the beginning of the show if he felt that way. He said he absolutely feels that way. So I gave him the opportunity to come on and team up with JM Truth tomorrow night for not a debate, but a conversation, just a civil conversation about the importance or non-importance of masks. So we have that coming up tomorrow night. Let's see. Tonight I'll be putting up my studio and hopefully recording a video for you guys for tomorrow night. I got a really funny Karen video coming out. Holy shit! The target
Your
Karen
videos
is
are good.
Crazy.
Nah, I feel bad. I feel bad because I have a friend named Karen, and I'm pretty sure everyone bashes her.
Stay away from her.
Yeah.
Stay away.
Just ask her if she needs the manager. Just ask her if she needs the manager. It's all good.
Yeah.
No, team, your Karen vids have been absolutely killing it. It's I've been really enjoying them. If you guys, I mean, I know most of you are, but if any of you happen to not be subscribed to Team Skeptic, then that's something you need to rectify because we all need some mankini in our life. So please, if you are one of my...
No, we don't.
Yes, we
do. But perhaps if we pay him, he'll refrain.
I know I've had a bunch of new subs lately from my Simon Dan appearance. So if you are one of my new subs who doesn't know about Team Skeptic, then please, if you enjoy what I do, you will definitely enjoy Team. I am sorry about his face. I can't help with that.
Yeah, nobody can help with that. So not even God.
No.
All right, but other than that, I want to say thank you to Why You're an Idiot. It was a moderately peaceful discussion, and I did appreciate you taking it pretty easy on the guy who is, it was his first debate. So I felt like you're pretty respectful to him, and I appreciate that.
No,
so hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night, bud. And
I remember. All right, man. All right, take care.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. What
I just remember my first debate. My first debate, I was nervous and like there were things I messed up on, and like, oh god. Now I'm like way more sound in what I say, and what I mean by that, what I mean.
Yeah, of course you are.
And what I mean by that, I'm more sound in my beliefs. I'm more sound in my beliefs now, and that's pretty
you're more
obvious,
confident.
by the way.
We'll just say you're more confident.
I'm way more confident. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I can tell too. I can tell too, just from my first, because I came on the YouTube around the same time I think you did, maybe a little bit before you, but I think I saw some of your Flat Earth videos when they first came out. Yeah, but I did see some of your earlier debates, and you're definitely more confident in your stupidity now. I mean, way more confident. Embarrassingly more confident. All right, man. Hey, well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night. We'll get in touch with you, and y'all have a great night. Fight.
Right,
love you, man. Thank you so much.
I'll be on.
Peace out, team.
Yeah, great show, great debate. Tony, take it easy, brother. We still need to do our video that you and I have we've been discussing, okay?
All right.
Yep.
No, I want to see if there's
love you guys.
You guys questions in the super chat. I want to see if there's any real questions in the super chat. Because I'm pretty sure it's a bunch of stupid crap I've heard before.
Y'all are the best, chat. Love you. Later.
See you later, team. Right.
Thank you.
So I read some of the super chats earlier, and I just want to say, guys, the super chats are amazing, and I couldn't keep doing what I do without the support that you give me, and it's absolutely amazing and blows my mind. And I do know that not everybody can support me financially with a super chat or becoming a member or a patron. So if you want to help the channel, the best way to do that is to share on all the social medias, especially this new one I've heard of. I think it's called MySpace. Have you heard of that, Tony? Might be a new social media thing.
I have heard of it. There have been some controversies about it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Possibly Bebo. Yeah, Bebo's another one, guys. So yeah, MySpace or Bebo. Anyway, so we got down to one of JM Truth's videos. Not JM Truth. Yeah, Jail Truth. For $1.99 says he can debate me again. You got wrecked by Jail Truth. Would you debate him again while you're an idiot?
One, besides the fact that I beat his ass. I beat his ass in that debate.
Oh man, you got wrecked so hard in that.
Oh my god, please. I have it on video. I literally have it on video on my channel.
Yes, so do I. It's on my channel. It was awesome. Yeah, JL, I can set that up. Another debate with you and him about religion. That'd be fun. Then we've got the Canadian Anti-Flat Earth Network for $5 who says, thanks for the sub, FTFE. Yes, I was just doing a search for flat Earth stuff on YouTube and found a channel called the Canadian Anti-Flat Earth Network. So everyone go and subscribe to them, because any anti-flat Earth channel is a good one. Crafty Keela for €5 says, I did a vid with Blue Marble Science on science and religion. Interesting to see what even Christian fundamentalist leaders say about flat earthers. Yeah, you do know, CJ, that 99.9% of people that follow the Bible and believe in Christ and stuff don't think the earth is flat.
Yeah, I know there's a section of people who say they believe, but they don't believe what God is saying in the Bible. And it's just like, okay, well then you're deceived. Just like the Bible says. The Bible says even the elect will be deceived.
No, so but why are you the 0.1% right when 99.9% are wrong?
I was deceived. I believe the earth was a ball at one point, so I was deceived. I am not immune to it. I just believe the truth now. I'm believing what he's saying now. You see that book?
But so many people that believe in the Bible don't think the earth is flat. So
it doesn't matter what they think. It matters what God says.
Yeah, and God didn't say that. Also, God didn't say anything that's not real, but there you go.
Yes, atheism. Oh, God. Imaginary beliefs.
And then we've got from $5 from PhD Tony. He says, I can't see and haven't ever seen Moscow. I don't conclude Moscow is imaginary. Ditto oxygen, ditto atoms, electrons, and Earth's core. So just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You realize that?
Yeah. Now, here's a question. Can I go there and travel there? Can I go there and check it? If I can go there, check it, travel, see it for myself, okay, that's good.
Yeah, but have you ever seen oxygen?
Huh? Of course not. Come on.
Have you ever seen oxygen? Okay, so, but do you believe oxygen exists?
Yeah, of course, I can feel it.
Okay, well, really? Can you tell the difference between oxygen and nitrogen, or oxygen and carbon dioxide? I mean, not. Have you ever seen a proton? Can you feel a proton? Can you feel an electron?
Do protons even exist?
Yes.
I've never seen it.
Well, as a nuclear engineer, I can tell you protons exist.
So if electrons don't exist, if protons and electrons...
I have to see it in real life, and then I'll believe you. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, you know the screen in front of you, right? The computer screen. That runs on something called electricity, which relies on electrons, the movement of electrons.
The waves of electrons, like literally transmitting energy.
Yeah. So, and this was what I was getting at with technology, right? There's a lot of technology that works that relies on stuff that you don't understand and you can't see, but it works anyway. And you're very selective.
You're conflating. No, what you're doing is you're conflating science with technology. I don't do that. Science is separate from technology.
No.
I suggest you look up what technology is. Technology is simply science that is reliable enough that it can be used to perform reasonably mundane tasks. Right?
See, that's the difference between me and you. You say it's used to complete.
No, that isn't the difference between me. That isn't the difference between.
For me, technology is simple.
Right, CJ,
technology that we have.
CJ, just stop and listen for a sec.
Okay.
Carry on, Tony.
Okay. So, there are multiple differences between me and you. It's not just our approach to technology, I feel like, so you demand being able to see the Earth's core before you'll believe it exists, but you're expecting me to believe in the watches when I've never seen them.
I mean, you can call them, but I wouldn't recommend it.
But I've never seen God either. So I've never seen God either. So why would I believe in him?
Look, this is your choice. I mean, how do I say this? It's not really hard to contact them. You just have to keep your word. Meaning that when they come, you have to offer them. You have to give them what they want.
Okay, so
they're not just going to come for
I mean, I'm not trying. What I'm not angling for is lessons in thaumaturgy. What I'm angling for is why would I believe in something I have not seen? If you don't believe, if you don't believe, but there has to be, I don't believe you. I don't find your testimony credible in this regard. But seeing is not the only way to prove that. We discussed this earlier. Seeing is not reliable evidence of stuff. A lot of people, a lot of eyewitnesses turn out to have unreliable perceptions and recollections about what's going on. And there are plenty of other evidentiary sets that we can use to reconstruct reality.
Yeah, I know, but you need to what you've seen and what I have seen in real life are completely different. Here, let me just give you an example. Okay, Tony? I have literally seen, what we call aliens? I have literally seen one. I have literally seen an alien. Okay?
All right.
And it literally touched my door, moved it, bent it, my door creaked, everything. I saw it.
No. No, I've got this. Sorry. What you saw was Team Skeptic. I am sorry about that. Does this look familiar? Yeah. It looks something like this, right? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Shut up.
My bad. It was Team.
Tony, just listen to me. This is what I've seen. Am I lying? I promise you, if you put me on a lie detector test, it'll come out telling the truth.
They're pseudo.
It will literally come because it's literally. You're gonna have to explain it to me. You're gonna have to explain it to me.
Okay.
What did I see?
So, I don't know what it was that you saw, but I can just about guarantee that it wasn't an alien or an angel, because those things don't get seen. So what you saw was something else that you interpreted to be an angel or an alien. Now, this could be the result of an illusion.
Drug usage?
It could be the result of.
I don't drink. I'm a man of God. I don't do any of that.
So that's fine, but there are other ways. There are other ways for hallucinations or illusions to occur.
Look, I don't even take medication. That's how undrugged I am. I don't even take medication.
Your brain creates enough drugs for you to hallucinate.
As long as and that would be okay. So you talk about not taking medication and that sort of thing, but human brains produce their own chemicals, and the balance of those chemicals can be wrong, and can produce adverse effects on perception, on memory, on our cognitive faculties. So if you're and we never question that our brains are reliable instruments, but in fact they can be out of balance. They can be producing chemicals in the wrong proportions and require correction. Also, the chemicals that are being transmitted to your brain are not just a function of the pharmaceuticals you consume, but they're also a function of your diet and your exercise regime.
Yeah.
And so if you aren't eating properly or regularly, or exposing yourself to physical stresses like high temperatures or low temperatures or whatever, you can induce neurological malfunctions. Now, I'm not sure what it was that caused you to see what you believe you saw, but and I am not saying that you're lying. Absolutely not. I believe that you are 100% honest in what you present.
Unfortunately.
But I still think that you are. But I think that you are mistaken, and that your conviction in the reality of what you perceive and what you understand yourself to have seen needs to be critically assessed. And obviously, you may not be receptive to that message. And again, I don't really see a way to communicate it any more clearly than I have. I'm quite concerned for you.
Yeah, I think many of us are. I need to get on with the super chats.
And what everyone else, what other people are seeing is real, even if it's not all of them, maybe some of them, that maybe they actually are seeing real
the
things.
Suggestion from the chat, CJ, the suggestion
from
the chat is maybe there is some drugs like antipsychotics you're prescribed you should be taking.
I don't do any drugs. I don't do. Yeah. It's not a joke.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The Bible
the doctor tells you
the Bible
you
says
probably
medication
should.
is poison.
All right, David Oliver for £2 says I'm an agnostic. Me too. Can't prove or disprove God. Rick's World for £5 says faith can prove the core of the earth is there. It also proves that it's not there. But we've measured it. CJ, can you prove the core is not there?
Yeah.
Go on then.
How? No one has seen it.
No
one has seen it.
That's not proving it's not there.
Proof of anything.
No one has seen it.
So you can't prove it's not there.
The assumption is it doesn't exist until proven otherwise, right?
Okay, yeah, but I've not seen God, so the assumption we're going to go with is that God doesn't exist.
And other people have.
But there are other forms of evidence other than seeing, right? There are other forms of evidence other than seeing. There are other forms of evidence other than seeing, right?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so if you hear something, is that enough for it to exist? I mean, you didn't show me a picture of a giant. You showed me a footprint that you ascribed to a giant. And so you require me to logically infer from the existence of the footprint that there must have been a giant that occurred.
No. The bodies are all over the earth.
But that footprint in and of itself requires analysis in order to get to the conclusion you wanted to support. So you are familiar with and are willing to accept indirect evidence, right?
No, I have the bodies. I know where they are. Well, some of them anyway.
But you presented the footprints as evidence. Therefore, you accept indirect evidence.
You want to see the body.
You accept. That's different from the point that I'm making. You accept the validity of indirect evidence. Evidence that logically infers the existence of the object being spoken about.
Yeah, I accept what I see, of course.
But there are other forms of evidence than what you see.
Yeah, I know, but seeing is really good. Seeing is really nice.
Seeing is really good.
It's not everything though.
But it's far from perfect. Anyway, sorry, Craig. Sorry, Craig.
I keep on. Under the earth,
CJ.
If you want to say there's lava or water or dirt under the earth, go for it. I believe you. Okay.
Yeah, well, there is. We know there is. We've seen it and measured it. Anyway, Better Charge for $2 New Zealand says, put the Bible down and pick up a science book. That wouldn't help him. He wouldn't understand.
Yeah, there's no point in having a science book. It's nothing but fairy tales inside that science book.
That's probably why you failed science. David Oliver for £5 says, ask. David Oliver for £5 says, ask why you're an idiot. Why you are an idiot. Who's Lilith and why Lilith was before Eve?
No, Lilith was not before Eve. That's a totally different story. That I don't even want to go into. That'd take too long to explain.
Yeah,
we have to go into serpent seed theory and all that stuff. No.
Do you want Soundwave for $5 says, ask Mr. Bible why Christianity just vultures other religions' holidays.
What?
Well, he doesn't. So what's being referred to here is, for instance, Christmas is not actually the birth date Christ,
I know.
right?
No. What I mean is,
yeah. So and it's actually a yes. Well, it has taken over a bunch of midwinter. It's taken over a bunch of midwinter festivals, and in Rome, December the 25th was the feast of Sol Invictus, right? So they've taken pre-existing celebrations that were pagan, and there's still a lot of pagan symbology associated, and they've just repurposed it, right? We can all agree that that's what happened.
Like the trees, like, you put the tree up, you put the gifts under. The reality is there was a tree, and they used to sacrifice the firstborn under the tree as an offering to the gods. That's what it used to really be. And God says, don't celebrate Christmas. He says, don't go out there, don't cut down a tree, don't put it in your room, don't decorate it. He says it. I think it's Judges 15. I can't remember which verse. But he says, don't celebrate Christmas.
Moving on. Christmas isn't allowed, guys. Digital demonic.
Yes, any Christians out there, Christmas is not allowed.
Oh, sorry. All right. Jessica G for $5 says, "Why you're an idiot strikes me as the kind of guy that tries to stand next to you in an empty elevator. He wears turtlenecks and eats a burger with a fork." Is that accurate?
Actually, no. I'm like 6 feet tall, muscular, and girls freaking hand me their numbers and try and fuck me.
No,
basically,
that's mace. They're
always,
using mace. Digital demonic Davros for $5 Australian dollars. Tried. Might have issues finding it. $5 Australian dollars from Digital Demonic Davros says, "Seriously, this is not a flat earth debate. Get back on track, mate. You can't allow this, please." Yeah, it tends to go everywhere with flat earthers. You should know that by now. Atomic for $5 says, "My favourite verse from the Bible is Red's Rhetoric 4:2. The earth isn't flat, you fools." Yeah, that's definitely my favourite as well. You know that one, CJ?
Just keep reading. Keep reading.
Sleepy Dan for $5 says, "How does Why You're an Idiot know anything about the Bible's history? He wasn't there to see it for himself, just like he never saw the Earth's core for himself." Yeah, why'd you take the Bible as truth when you never saw anything in the Bible?
Because the giant bodies are all over the Earth, so I know it got flooded.
Said there's not.
If there were no giant bodies, no giant footprints, no evidence for giants, I would drop the Bible in an instant.
Paradolia. Rene Portillo for $5 says, "What's up, pimps, team and FTFE? Just checking in from LA. How you doing, Rene? Thank you very much." Ilya Moon for $5 says, "Oh, this idiot doesn't understand basic definitions. How dare you irresponsibly use your platform." Yeah, displaying stupid for all to see is what we do here, and it's fun. Bill McGuire for $2 says, "Why are we having a friendly chat with this dolt?" Well, I wouldn't call friendly. I call him a fucking idiot all the time. Fancy Coat.
I call you an idiot too. Yeah. We like bashing each other.
I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. Fancy Coat for $5 says, "Lizard angels, huh? Think I've got a new Magic the Gathering deck. Thanks for the idea. No worries. I'll take you on sometime. I've got a pretty good deck." Atomic for $2 says, "Lusty Argonian maid was in the Bible, confirmed."
That's a Skyrim reference.
Yeah, I get that. Man, I've started playing Skyrim again on the remastered edition on the Xbox, and I remembered why I had to stop because I just get so lost in the world.
No, okay.
Jet Guitars for $5 says, "And God didn't make these winged lizard people in his and God didn't make these winged lizard angel people in his image. Why did he make us in his image and not the lizards, CJ?"
One, I have no idea. He just wanted to. And the truth is, if you actually read the text, the angels are jealous of us because we are made in his image and they're not. And they're jealous of us for it. Not jealous of us because he basically died on the cross to save us and not them. And they're jealous of it.
I mean...
And they kind of hate us for it.
If you say so.
Yeah, that's what the text says.
Cool story, bro.
It's basically the plot of prophecy, right?
Sounds about right.
There's a cool film where Christopher Walken plays the Archangel Gabriel, and he's not happy about.
Yeah, no, that's a good movie. That's a good movie. You're right.
Yeah.
Better Charge for $2 New Zealand says, "I got my eye on Nerd Angle Lizard Man." Yeah, maybe Nerd Angle is a lizard man. We'll have to check that out. Jessica G for $2 says, why are an idiot wears adult diapers and he sniffs used spoons? Is that a fact? He didn't say no, we're going to take it as fact.
Remember, she believes there's a corner side of the earth. Okay?
Belief is irrelevant. Christ Puncher, the man with the best name in the world, for $5 Canadian says, don't be illin, the earth I done made is flat, yo. God Christ, year zero, beginning of time. My favourite Bible quote of all time. That's my favourite one as well, definitely. Mantaku Jackson for $10 says, as a Christian, this guy does not represent the faith or beliefs of Christianity in any way, and obviously does not know the Bible because the Bible does not describe the earth as flat.
Yes, it does. Pillars, four corners, glass dome. Yeah, all of that's in there.
None of that said flat. Just look for the word flat and tell me if you find it. You won't. JL Warren for $1.99 says, he is a Poe. We proved it when I debated him. No, I think he is seriously fucked in the head. Macabre Malefica for $2 Australian says, the brain has no sensory nerve fibers, dunce. Yeah, so you wouldn't feel, your brain wouldn't feel anything from getting bashed about in your head. And I still have no evidence that you have a brain, so. Donna Lamb for $5.
I don't believe that.
No, I don't believe I have a brain either. It's cool.
No, what she said.
No, we don't believe you have a brain. It's cool. Donna Lamb for $5 says, how can ships travel around a square Earth with 4 points? How would they get from one side to the other? Is there like teleportation or something?
There's a circle inscribed inside of the square, which makes it a circle. That's why you hear that verse, the circle of the earth. That's what it's talking about. And
but it's a square.
Circle around it. That's all they do.
Nice. I don't remember the Antarctica having a wall of several 100,000 miles long, and I went there.
Oh, you don't even know about the City of Angels, do you, in Antarctica?
Moving briefly on. Corsi Husky for $5 says, if atheism is a religion, then not playing baseball is a sport and not collecting stamps is a hobby. Why are an idiot? Please earn yourself a Darwin Award. Definitely. Rangerman9404 for $2 says, all hail the holy core of earth and hail Sagan 666. Jessica G for $5 says, why are an idiot once called his doctor to let him know he's too sick to make it? I guarantee you that why you're an idiot pees on himself in the shower when it's off. You got a fan there, CJ. Nobod here for $5. Yeah. Nobod here for $5 says the brain itself does not feel pain because there are no nociceptors located in the brain tissue itself. No, you don't feel your brain. Yep, he still has no evidence he has a brain.
I don't believe that.
It's a fact. Whether you believe it or not, it's irrelevant. Tim Pryor for $5 says, actually, some of those videos in the rocket separation, and they think it's hitting the dome. Yeah, all of the videos that you say are rockets hitting the dome are just normal things that rockets do. You realise that? No, you don't realise that because you're fucking dumb as fuck, aren't you? Nathan Thompson for $5 Australian says, why you're an idiot is just so foolish. He's like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, but without all the super crappy things that go along with it. You're better than Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. How does that make you feel, CJ?
I don't really care.
No,
it doesn't mean anything to me. Come
on. You're probably
really
not
think that
means
anything to me? What people say doesn't really matter to me.
Jessica G for $2 says, why you are an idiot's nickname is Cheeto Dust Fingers. Confirmed. Rangerman9404 for $5 says, according to the internet, Yasser Arafat's wanted to send me, an American infidel millions of dollars of PLO money to invest. I had the same thing. Definitely respond with all your details. Jessica G for $2 says, the MC Toon debate. The sun is 40 miles up. Why you're an idiot? Yeah, are you hard on that distance of 14 to 40 miles up?
It's between 11 to 40, and then it goes lower sometimes, but it usually...
Yeah, a lot lower,
based off all the evidence, it stays within that range.
Cool. That's a positive claim that I'd love to see some evidence for. Bearded Devil...
You saw the video.
Yes, I did, and it didn't show what you thought. Bearded Devil 1864 for $2 says, why you're an idiot. Have humans ever been outside of the dome?
Yeah, Enoch has, and Elijah has.
Wow. Luke Firewalker for €5 says, in my town is a folklore on how the devil's lost his horseshoe. There is an actual horseshoe embedded in a stone. This is as real as Why You're an Idiot's Giants. True. Steve Koss for $5 says, what the fuck is magma? You know, what do you mean, what is magma? Am I being dumb here?
Magma's just liquefied rock.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, bud. Free Ron for $5 says, firmament in Hebrew means expanse, not dome. What do you say to that, CJ?
Keep reading. It means solid expanse, regarded as a solid body.
No, it just means expanse.
No, it means expanse. Solid.
No, the literal translation is just expanse.
I've looked at all the definitions, and I put it all together.
The definitions are not the same as translations. Jessica G for $2 says... Sorry, Tony, go on.
Don't worry, I wasn't going to say anything productive.
Jessica G for $2 says, buy Why You Are an Idiot's latest book, Why I Am an Incel. Throwing shade at you there.
Hold on, she thinks I'm an incel?
You are. It's true.
I'll fuck the shit out of her. I'll make her my bitch.
Hey, whoa. No. You done you say that. Isla Moon for $2 says,
because I love when girls say this, because they don't realize I'm like some 6+ muscular guy that's almost 300 pounds of muscle, and like girls like me.
Of course you are. Of course you are. Elia Moon for $2 says, book 2 comes out in the fall. Why I Can't Get Laid. It's going to be a bestseller, guys. B16 Street Burner for $10 says, is this dude a literal 6 days, 24 hours a day creationist? If not, why would God create plants before the sun on day 4, therefore no photosynthesis? Please explain.
Why would it matter? It's one day.
Plants need photosynthesis to live.
They'll live. They can survive one day without it. Just like we can survive one day without food.
And they were just made with magic. Epic Funk 95 for $5 says, I'm 666% sure that Why You Are an Idiot's evidence will be hilarious. Yeah, it always is. B16 Street Burner for $5 says, the Bible also says rabbits chew the cud and there are 4-legged insects. Ding.
Yeah, there are 4-legged insects.
No, there's not 4-legged insects. Insects do not have 4 legs.
By definition.
No. Yeah. Listen to what I'm going to say. They have 4 legs and 2 hands. Because they grab stuff with their hands, right? So they have 2 hands and 4 legs.
No.
Yes, that's common sense.
Insects don't have hands.
Yes, they do.
Can you just say that for me for a sound clip? Can you just say insects have hands?
Anyone out there, get a fly, get a spider, and just watch them. Especially when they're like doing they're going to be moving their hands.
Are you now maintaining that spiders are insects?
Same concept. You know what I mean. But yes.
Is a crab an insect?
Yes, insects have hands. Just like we have hands, just like dogs have hands, just like pretty
dogs don't have hands.
Has some type. Yes, they do.
I think...
Wow.
I think we need to get back to super chats.
Yeah. Damien Ray for £1.
Wow, are you that stupid? Hold on, Craig. Are you that stupid?
No. Let's move
Craig,
on.
There's no way
Dogs have hands. Brilliant.
Yes,
Damien Ray for £1 with no message. Thank you very much. That's probably from your free YouTube Prime thing. So thank you. And guys, just in case you didn't know,
Craig, have you ever had a pet animal?
I've got 4 cats. Let's move on. We're talking about something else.
Yeah, they all have hands.
Anyone that pays for YouTube Premium gets a free channel that they can become a member of. So if you haven't used your free $1.99 membership, then why not chuck it my way? It's free. Jessica G for $2 says, "Why my parents disowned me? By Why You're an Idiot. Buy it now." Rangerman9404 for $5 says, name the physicist who says gravity and the core of Earth are connected.
It's on it's one of my debates with FE. Okay, I had a debate. It's on my channel.
Yeah, no. What's the name of the physicist?
It's on physics.org. There's a few of them. It's not one. So
yeah, none of them say it.
There.
None of them.
I think you're.
Click on the link.
I think
click on the link, and they'll literally It's literally written down. They're literally connecting the two.
Tony?
This isn't me saying it. This is them saying it.
So speaking as a physicist who
So
studies...
what you guys are saying is wrong.
CJ,
I promise you,
CJ, stop.
those guys that have more money,
CJ, stop.
they're able to do the
CJ,
work.
stop. Tony's speaking. Shush.
So I study Earth's gravitational field that's in the form of sea level change, and particularly paleo sea level change. And yes, the core does exert gravitational attraction, and it can have an impact. You know, if there's a really large earthquake, you can detect gravitational oscillations due to the motion of the core. But you know, the core is by no means conceptually necessary for mass to attract mass, or for the Earth to attract objects on its surface. The moon doesn't have a core, but it has a gravity field.
You're basically saying gravity is a magical force that no one can explain. That's basically what you're saying. So basically, it's religion. Gravity is a magical force. It's religion. See, just like I said,
no, what you're
religious.
Can. Okay, so if it were worthwhile talking to you, I might explain where you're going wrong.
Burn. Oh.
Gravity is just imaginary.
Yeah. Okay, CJ. All right, CJ. Yeah, we know you're done. That's Jessica G for $2 says, "Why my sister pushed me off the swing set." By why you are an idiot. Out now. Don Adams for $5 says, "I'm not looking anything up on YouTube about skulls. It's probably a softcore porn video he made with his mum." Ooh, burn. Luke Filewalker for €2 says, "Attentional. Reality left the room." Absolutely. Elia Moon for $5 says, "On the dream, oh, the dream, a man with no brain but a non-wimpy skull, said no woman ever." Boom. Roby for $5 says, "Not buying it."
I want everyone to hear this. Remember, your wives and girlfriends try and sleep with me. Your wives and girlfriends try and sleep with me.
You said laugh at me wrong. Roby for $5 says, no, not buying it.
This is not a game.
Yeah, all right, shush now.
It's not a joke. It's not a game.
Now.
I remember I was talking to some guy's wife.
All right.
She wanted to suck my dick.
Stop.
Okay?
Stop. Be quiet.
So, guess what? All you out there, your wives and girlfriends,
no,
they love me.
It's not true. Roby for $5 says, "Not buying it" is what he says when presented with proof he doesn't like, not proof he can dispute. He bought the lie big time. Yeah, he has bought the lie fed to him by knobs like Eric Dubay. Jahartman Backer for $5 says, "Why the hell is he talking skull dimensions and judging people based on those criteria? Have flat earthers gone full Nazi now? Flat earthers are generally horrible people. Why aren't it displays this beautifully?"
Okay, let me explain this. To anyone out there that's heard about mewing and heard about what makes a person attractive, it's actually skull structure. And it can be fixed without surgery. But it takes a long time.
Okay, it's not true because I find intelligence attractive.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what boys who didn't get laid at 14 years old say. All right? Okay. Me, I was out there, you know, once I had like 14, 15, I remember. All the girls were like,
sorry.
All the girls were like,
sorry,
"Oh my
I
God,
just have
abs,
a quick question.
Touch your arms, you're so cute, blah, blah,
Just
blah.
CJ.
Fucking desperate bitches.
I have a question. Does God tell you it's okay to come on and boast about your sexual prowess and physical attractiveness?
No, why? But if you're gonna talk about my sexual prowess and what I can actually do, what I can really actually do,
I don't recall expressing any.
I don't recall. If anyone makes fun of my sexual prowess, I'm letting you know.
I don't recall
anybody.
I don't recall anybody expressing any interest in your sexual prowess or your sexual history or your sexual activity. So please desist.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear it.
Look, as long as they don't make
nobody in this chat wants to hear it.
I won't mention it.
Right. No, nobody wants to hear it, and we all know it's you. We all know it's you trying to make yourself sound big. Cause it's what every little person does. Bella Charge says for two. No, we're moving on. Bella Charge says for $2 New Zealand, there are lots of suns, just not in our solar system. Wolf for $2 says that's no moon. Because Bug Eye for $5 says, thanks for the link and lols with this idiot Flerf. Yeah, we gave him the link to a decent microphone. The Austin, I can't remember what it's called. It's an awesome one though. Bearded Devil 1864 for $5 says, pay attention. It is his claim. Let him explain it. Don't fall for the burden shift. Yeah, we all know that's all flat earthers have though. Carl Nelson became a new member. Thank you. You can use the awesome emojis. I can add about another 6 emojis, so I'm going to be doing that over the next few days. Mike Billers for $2, sorry, says that the moons were identical. Yes, absolutely. Jarhat Man Baker for $5 says, if 2 moons happen at least once a year, then surely more people would see it and have it on film. Why only one film, CJ?
There's more online. There's more online. There's more than I said it a million times.
At the same time.
2 moons and 2 suns all over the internet. All you have to do is type it in.
And it's but were they all filmed at the same time?
What do you mean at the same time? You mean no, different years, different times.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. This happens every year.
CJ,
why do you simultaneously and uncritically accept all of these images but reject every image that NASA produces as obviously fake? What's the distinction?
One, because they admitted it's fake. But then also, here's the other thing. Once I looked into NASA and I saw the satanic leanings of NASA, I was like, okay, well, they can't be trusted.
Satanic leanings. All right, moving on.
Oh, no, Satanists don't exist, right, Craig? They don't exist at all. Satanists are imaginary. They never exist in life. Exactly.
No, I've never said that. You don't know what Satanists
believing in imaginary things. He thinks Satanists don't exist. He thinks they can't
No. I didn't say that Satanists don't exist, but no flat earther actually knows what a Satanist is. Bella Charge for $2 New Zealand says, CJ, can you send us your flat earth model for review?
No?
No, of course you can't.
A flat earth model? Please, I wish I had a flat earth. Well,
yeah, no one has one because there's no such thing. Eric Alivum for $2 says...
Oh, no. What about your model?
Yeah, we've got one that works fine, thanks.
No. You have one that's messed up.
No, it works perfectly. A model is something that can make predictions based on physical observations, and our model does that perfectly. So no worries. Eric, it does. Just Eric Alivim for $2. No, it doesn't.
I know it doesn't. I looked into it. I looked at your model.
Yeah, but you think Yisrael was a tree that was taken down and is now why there's a pressure gradient.
So let's get to the I do want to address this. Again, you have supreme confidence in your ability to adjudicate what is and what is not reality from a profound ignorance of physical and logical principles and a propensity, an absolutely jaw-dropping level of credulity. You will believe anything other than science works. So your repeated assertions, I looked into it, I understand it, I know. Nobody believes you, right?
Yeah,
and you can say it as much as you want. They also require therapy.
Yes.
There is nobody here who finds your claims at all credible or even loosely with reality.
We find it hilarious.
And I've tried to be gentle about
nothing I say is credible.
But
hey, Christians, Muslims, and people who actually believe in religion.
You deeply need therapy. And I've tried being gentle about suggesting it. I've tried being subtle about suggesting it, but you are in desperate need of therapy and quite possibly medication.
Definitely medication.
You are very close to being a danger to yourself and the people around you. You are that disconnected from reality.
And I imagine it's falling on deaf ears.
Everyone has to die.
But CJ,
We all
anyway,
have to die. Our hearts will stop.
When you
Just
said
wait.
you,
You'll see. You'll
CJ,
see that I was telling the truth.
CJ, you said you don't have a model, right?
I have some type of model, but
Well, yeah, but earlier on you said that there's
accurate.
the two moons works on your model.
Yeah.
So do you have a model or not?
Huh?
No, you don't. So you lied. Cool. Eric Alvin for $2 says, God made two moons in case we blew up the first one. Yep, why have one when you can have two at twice the price? Don Adams.
It's just a reflection. I said this before. It's
reflections
just a reflection
don't work like that, dumb nuts. Don Adams for $5 says, there were 3 dark spots on the right moon and then they disappeared. Explain that, Flerf.
I don't know.
No.
You act like I control the moon. You act like
I don't know. The mating ball of the flat earther. Salaxis for £5 says, if he had stepped outside or opened the window, the two moons would have become a single moon. You fucking moron.
No.
Yes.
This happens in real life. It happens. Okay? End of story. It happens. Deal with it.
Evidence that
it's not even
happening
like
in real
scientists
life.
even deny it.
Evidence that it happens would be great.
I'm a scientist and I deny it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're a scientist. They don't. They just say, oh, it's refraction and some
Who's they? Name they.
That is denying
on the
it.
internet.
Name they.
He can't.
Huh?
Name a
Look
scientist. Name a scientist. No. It's your claim. You provide the evidence. Name a scientist.
Look it up. You think I know freaking all these scientists' names?
No, he doesn't know anything.
Well, so here's another thing that I noticed you do repeatedly, and it is just so you are so disconnected from the requirements in order to correctly interpret the satellite image you showed previously. You need to know the details of the mission, and if you don't know the details of the mission, then you can infer nothing from it, because you don't know what it represents or what it is. You don't know what the plane is.
I can infer something from it.
And
even
no,
though I
you
don't have all the details, it was in the North
No,
Pole.
you don't. You didn't have any of the details.
Yes, I had a few.
You didn't even know if it was real. You just had a claim, like
and guess what? It was real.
Yes, but you didn't know that. You didn't know that. So, you haven't... Anything that pops into your head, you don't bother to verify, you don't bother to research, you just leap to a conclusion. Like your conclusion that we would be thrown off the Earth if it was spinning at the rate. You have done none of the analysis necessary to examine this, and you cannot be convinced that your beliefs are unrealistic.
That isn't even... Anyone can do it in their damn room with a ball.
Yes, except that anybody who knows the formula for centrifugal force can prove that that's a completely fatuous demonstration.
This is what I mean. Your math...
We can... Yes, except that works with the technology that we have.
No,
so,
it doesn't mean anything. I told you.
If our understanding of... Have you ever been to a theme park? Right, and you know those spinning things. They have lots of rapidly spinning rides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't often mechanically fail, which means that we well understand the forces that are being applied to them in comparison to the mechanical strength. So those are designed using formula. They're designed using science, right? And so your argument that that's not realistic. Well, actually, there are real applications where we use these formula and we demonstrably get accurate, robust, reliable, observable results. So your assertion, well, that's just a formula, it doesn't accord with reality. Next time you go to a theme park, look at one of those and ask yourself, well, how did they design that if they've got no idea how forces work?
Magic.
What did I say? Listen to what I said. This isn't a joke. This isn't a game. I'm being literal. I told you. The Watchers taught the human race technology, and from there it was passed down to other humans.
Oh, fuck's
Yes,
sake.
and so you understand that you are accepting that the science being taught by the Watchers or whomever is reliable and accurate. So completely dismissing it as
they're not teaching them
it is science.
Right.
It is
they're
science.
teaching them how to build it.
Okay.
There's a difference between what you call science and building something. Okay? That stuff written on a paper doesn't mean jack shit. Okay?
Yeah, it does. Okay.
But that stuff that you actually teach hands-on, where you get your hands in there and you get your hands dirty to learn how to make it,
which you've never actually done, have you?
Hey, Tony, it sounds like my degree in nuclear engineering was a bit useless, huh?
It does. It sounds like you were completely,
Aren't you a programmer for
wasting your time.
Passwords and shit like that, Craig?
This guy.
Right. John Rapp for $2 says it's refraction. Yeah, it's 2 panes of double glazing. That's all it was. Thaddeus for €2 says, like, how do the moons fade away? Because he was looking through double glazing. David Oliver for £5 says, there's 2 moons in my bed, my moon and my fiance's moon, and they're both cute as anything. Budumch. 3 Ron for $5 says 6 foot. I didn't know they stacked shit that high. Oofed. Burn. Elia Moon.
6 plus, please. 6
Elia Moon for $5 says, I may have no brains, but my skull is hot. Ladies, get in line. Shake my head.
Yeah.
Draco Fire.
You guys don't even know that. You guys don't even know You guys don't even know about skull structure. Holy heck.
Draco Fire for $5 says, CJ, after what I've just heard and your disrespect towards a veteran, any respect I had for you is now gone. Yeah, I don't think anyone had respect for him in the first place, so it's all good. Carrie Oliver for $33.33 says, I just can't. This guy has to be a Poe. Or as proud as he is with his skull. Huh? Fat is wrong? I really don't like this guy. Yeah, CJ, no one really likes you, you know that?
Yeah, I know. God said this would happen. You should be hated of all men for my name's sake.
Cool.
You should be hated of all men. So, okay, I'm going to be hated. I accept it.
Can you come and get God to tell me that personally? Or, no, of course you
Okay.
can. David Keller for $10 says, I have seen these veterans who lost their leg or paralyzed due to battle or other medical reason. I work at a hospital, FTFE. Watch History Channel called How the Universe Was Made. Okay, I will. Thank you. William Parker for $5 says, CJ, being crossed eyes in New York does not count as evidence. Brilliant. Salaxis for £2 says, not buying it equals CJ's lack of understanding. Yeah. Jessica G for $2 says, looks like a top-down picture of a volcano. No, that picture that CJ was showing was, like I said, just satellite imagery of the North Pole, but because there's no stable orbit around the poles, every time they took the picture, it left out that bit, so it ends up looking like there's a hole.
Yeah, it's called orbital obliquity.
No, based off the evidence,
obliquity,
there
that's
seems
it,
to be
yeah.
a hole. That's what the evidence is.
Shut up.
Look,
honestly, if you're just going to make up crap, if you're just going to make up crap,
you guys looked it up yourself. You guys looked it up yourself, and
it's
you
called
admitted that it was real.
obliquity.
So don't come at me and say, hey, what I'm saying is fake.
Yeah.
No, it's real.
It's called orbital obliquity.
Yeah, just look that up, CJ, because it's on the internet. Jessica G for $2 says, if this moron doesn't win Dumb Fuck of the Year, I will riot. I'm telling you, CJ, that you're in with a shot this year. The competition's fierce. It's JM Truth and Nathan Thompson are the front runners, but I think you're coming up there. Also up there is Level Earth Observer. He's putting out a lot of fucking stupid. Luke Filewalker for €2 says, I reject your reality and substitute my own. The mantra of the flat earther. Kibo Shell for $2.99 Australian says, yeah, I'm not buying it is the new It's CGI. And then David Oliver for £50, thank you very much, says, why is it when I went into a gravity wheel and the floor dropped down, I couldn't move? I was like I am on the floor and the guy opposite me is upside down. Great ride. I tried to lift my arms up. It felt like they were made of lead. Please explain, CJ. Are you just going to say the Watchers, aren't you?
Hold on, what happened?
He's talking about the fairground
I was
rides
like,
that flips you around and stuff, and you're just going to say watchers, aren't you?
what?
Yeah.
Hold on. I didn't even hear it. Say it again.
He said when he went into a gravity wheel and the floor dropped down, he couldn't move. He was on the floor and the guy opposite side him was upside down. He tried to lift his arms up and it felt like they were made of lead. Please explain.
Okay. What's a gravity wheel? Never even heard of that.
It's a fairground ride.
I was literally just talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about one of those spinning ones and all that stuff?
Yeah, that kind of pins you to the outside.
Yeah. What about it? It's spinning and then what?
Well, it goes back to Tony's point earlier of we understand the calculations of centrifugal force to be able to create something like that.
Okay, let's unstrap everyone in that that little thing that spins, that little toy that everyone rides. Let's unstrap them and then make it spin. I promise you, they're all gonna start flipping and turning, and they're gonna lose their shit. That's why you strap them.
That doesn't change the fact that we know how to build them.
Yeah,
we know how to build them, so we know which means we know the magnitude of the forces being applied to them. Which means that we know the magnitude of the force.
Unstrap them, and then put everyone in.
God.
And then turn it on and watch what happens.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Exactly.
Mike Billers, moving on. Mike Billers for $2 says, Kent Hovind says the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you do realise that even Kent Hovind thinks flat earthers are stupid.
I know. Look, I know he doesn't believe in the flat earth, but it doesn't matter. I still use some of his stuff because some of his stuff is correct.
He wishes that you wouldn't
because
he thinks you're idiots.
Yes, because you're too incompetent to develop your own arguments.
Yeah. Just like Nathan Thompson stealing his SpongeBob bit. Because Bug Eye for $2 says, CJ sounds like a mix of Mad Mike and Nathan Thompson. I wish I'd never heard that because now I can't unhear it. War Coderid for $5 says, why don't we get thrown off from the Earth's rotation? Do you feel the difference between a wide turn and a sharp turn in the car, CJ?
No, depending on how fast it goes.
Centrifugal force again. Syed Ahmed for $4.99 says,
if it goes fast, I'm going to feel it, and I know I will.
Syed Ahmed for $4.99 says, shame that Wire Ended It is indoctrinated. He is parroting the same bullshit from other Flerfs, and I bet he's amazing at dodgeball. Yes.
No, he's not. So the thing, what CJ is doing is he has constructed his own delusion. It is largely independent of everybody else's delusion. It's an amalgam of semi-digested, archaic texts that he has fused together and squints at every now and again without looking at it critically, or trying to construct a rational, coherent whole. And he has immersed himself in this, and he has constructed a fiction around it that justifies everybody else's reaction to it, and he refuses point blank to make any effort to reconnect with reality.
Too long don't read for that is he's batshit crazy.
So
I just have a different. I told you. I've said this a million times. I have a different reality than you guys.
Yeah, we all know you do.
That
we all know.
is the definition of.
I don't have to follow the herd. I don't have to be like you guys. You guys are like herd mentality. I'm gonna follow everyone else.
No,
I'm good.
Rufus Speaks for $4.99 says, if we should die while moving over 1,000 miles an hour, why is the driver of the vehicle with a land speed record of 1,227 miles per hour still walking around?
Hold on, this was a car?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
All right then. Charlie Walsh for $2 says, CJ is beyond determined to not learn. It's fucking sad. Yes, it is. Jessica G for $5 says, and them being barefoot forever, their feet would look different as they would have been forced to acclimate to the terrain. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
She's talking about the giant footprints.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Syed Ahmed for $4.99 says, why did you guys bring on a real PhD? He used logic and science. We don't need that here. Yeah, I'm sorry that we subject you to this, Tony. You're far too smart for this.
Science is fake. Science is fake.
course, science is fake.
Stop mixing science and technology. They're both different things.
Tony gets paid a decent wage for using fake science. End Flat Earth for $2 says Poe or delusional. I say delusional. God's Auditor for $2 says Poe, obvious Poe. Let's get a vote. 1 in the chat for Poe, 2 for delusional. God's Auditor for $5 says magnets have a magnetic field by definition, so even if he's still wrong, if the Earth is just magnetic, that means it has a magnetic field. Do you agree that the Earth has a magnetic field, CJ?
I mean, maybe. Look, it's a maybe for me. No, that's just the reality of it. It's a maybe for me.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. Is the Earth magnetic? Yeah. Does it have a magnetic field?
Right.
That's debatable.
We got the results coming in. I said 1 for Poe and 2 for delusional, didn't I? And it does seem to be the majority of 2s. The majority of people think you are delusional rather than a Poe.
Let them think what they want.
The plot hole for $2 says for the headache meds you'll need. Thank you very much. Valis for $5 says, why you're an idiot, I might ask how you are talking through the computer.
This person is stupid. Yeah. Just go to the next one.
Canadian Anti-Flat Earth Network for $5. Canadian says, the straight jacket comment, fucking savage. I do try to be savage. JL Truth for $4.99 says, hey CJ, explain how your incel vids that celebrate the murder of women by domestic violence are proof of God's wrath for women disobeying their men.
Yeah, the words of God will come to pass whether they like it or not.
Piece of shit.
You do certain things, and God says the men will kill them.
Cool,
and that's
so
what happens.
it's absolutely fine.
2 million women are killed a year because they disobeyed the word of God.
No, it's not because they disobeyed the word of God. That's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God, you suck.
Yes,
so
it is.
hard.
It's all over the internet. It's not even deniable.
You literally suck so bad.
Can I just say that that is thoroughly contemptible. And
it doesn't matter if you don't like it.
Shut up! You don't have an opinion worth expressing.
Yeah, he's right. You don't.
You literally do not. You literally lack any opinion that is worth anybody else hearing. You are, and I thought I was saving this up. I kind of think of Nathan Oakley as the cloaca of Flerfdom. He's where the jizz goes in and the shit comes out, right? Mm-hmm. But you are significantly worse than that. You, sir, are a spineless, soulless sack of sewage.
Well said, Tony.
Really? I'm spineless, soulless sack of... Well, you could say whatever you want about me.
Yeah, we can, and we're going to move on. Free Ron for $2 says the Bible isn't accurate. The Bible has 412 contradictions. 412 contradictions. Jessica G for $2 says PhD Superman wins. Fatality. Well done, Tony. Mitch Gardner for £5 says just got here. How much stupid have I missed? A lot of stupid from a horrible person. And then Mitch Gardner also became a member. Thank you very much. Crafty Keela for €2 says sending love and support to everyone. Good night, folks. Good night, Crafty. It is pretty late. It's coming up for 4:30 in the morning here. Vishanti for $5 says, dude doesn't speak Hebrew nor understand the first thing in the Tanakh. He's just talking out his butt, trying to say text supports his foolishness. Yeah, I think we all know at this point that CJ doesn't know what he's talking about. Mike Billers for $5 says, how do we contact the Watchers? Do you personally know anyone that has succeeded? And if so, how do you know?
Nikola Tesla, Steve Jobs, Robert Oppenheimer, the Satanic Elite.
Citation fucking needed. Citation fucking needed.
Bohemian Grove. Like,
right.
I mean, like, these are just...
To be...
Like,
if I can...
When it comes to Nikola Tesla...
Again...
Right, CJ, stop. Go on,
again, sort of... I rather think that giving this guy any sort of format to say anything is not good for him or anybody else. Obviously, there are super chats directed to him. But if he's going to get up here and say the stuff that he just said, he doesn't have a right to have that broadcast.
Yeah,
It's
I agree.
just not acceptable.
Well, we're just going to get through the super chats because there are some specifically towards him that I want to hear his response. Yeah, certainly his responses won't be listened to. Syed Ahmed for $2.99 says, maybe the Watchers are still using MSN Messenger. Those were the days. Selexis for £2 says, did the aliens appear on the date October 31st? Jessica, never mind. Jessica G for $2 says, where does he keep his bodies? Freezer or out back? I really don't want to know. Rennie Portillo for $2 says, ask CJ to read Leviticus 25:44, please. CJ, go and do that. Cypher Zero for $2 Australian says, this guy
Leviticus
is a
what?
loon. 25:44.
Hold on, Leviticus what?
25:44.
25?
25:44.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's two numbers, so you may have difficulty keeping that in mind, but...
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. Cypher Zero for $2 Australian says, this guy is a loon. Confirmed. Huge Arse for $5 Australian says, why did Mr. and Mrs. Idiot name their child Why You Are, Anne? What were they thinking? I don't know, it's terrible. Major Tom for £10 with no message. Thank you very much, Major Tom. And then a Fancy Whale for $5 says, if this guy is so confident in how attractive he is, can we get him to turn on video camera so we can have something else to laugh at besides dog hands? No, I don't want to put his face on my YouTube channel. Morton Nilsson for 35.
Yeah. Hey, to the guy that left that verse is 100% correct. It's 100% accurate. We're allowed to do whatever
remember,
I said this before.
Remember how your opinion doesn't matter.
We're allowed to do whatever we want to the Giants.
Yeah.
We can enslave them if we want.
Yeah, but what you say...
Yes, and if you had any shred of ethics, any shred of intelligence, any shred of information, somebody somewhere might care what you think of that verse. But in the reality that is occupied by the rest of humanity, none of that is the case.
Not at all.
Okay, stay in your imaginary world.
No, we live in reality. Morton Nilsson for Morton Nilsson for 35 Donkey Kong says, has this guy ever seen a dog? I don't think so. Jail Truth for $4.99 says, and listen to this one, CJ. I will put $1,000 to Fight's favorite charity if Why You Are an Idiot will get in the ring with me for 3 straight rounds.
For 3? Are you serious? Are you fucking retarded? I will murder you. And when you say get in the ring, trust me, I'm not getting in a ring with you. We're fighting in the street.
No. All right. We're going to arrange.
Yes, this is where he goes into his murderous, psychopathic rant about how dangerous he is, and how he will literally shoot or stab or kill anybody.
Whereas what would happen
who confronts him?
What would happen is once he got in that ring and took the first punch, he would be crying in the corner like a little girl. Sweets Karma for $4.99 says, send me a picture of what you look like and I'll judge that statement that girls love you because I'm picky about my type and you sound like a dick. David Keeler for $5 says...
Girl?
Yeah.
Is that a girl who said that? Okay, well, girls like dicks. They like assholes. So, good job.
Almost everybody who has commented on your appearance and your attitude to skull shape has been female. So all of the skepticism about your allure to the opposite sex has all come from women.
Yeah.
So this
that's fine by me.
This chat is just I don't care if it's fine by you or not. It was a piece of factual information that I provided because you seem incapable of recognizing reality, so I thought I would explain it to you. And, reality doesn't care if you're fine with it, if you like it, if you're okay with it. That's absolutely nothing to do with reality.
Yeah. Right, moving on. David Keller for $5 says, spiders are not insects, they have 8 legs. Whoa, CJ, you're an idiot. Ding. FTFE, these flat earthers need to watch how the universe was made.
Spiders have legs.
No, CJ, you're wrong. Shut up.
Yes, they do.
You're an idiot. Now shush. Stop talking. David Oliver for £2 says, spiders are arachnids and or arthropods. Absolutely. Jessica G for $2 says, how I spent my summer in prison. Why You're an Idiot 2020. Bong Hits for Jesus says for $5, Austin 3:16, my favorite Bible quote of all time. And then we've got Rene Portillo for $2 says, CJ, girls like me. Blind girls. Nope. Vishanti for $5 says, tell him to inform the local authorities he was having sex at 14. They'll love that. Totally legal. Andy McElvery for $5 says, science is what we use to build things. Yeah, absolutely. Tim Pryor for $5 says, ancient aliens has more convincing evidence than flat earth. There is no evidence for flat earth. We've discovered this so many times. Luke Filewalker for €5 says, apparently no electrician can use Ohm's law to calculate LED circuits because math isn't real or something like that. I know. Imagine if we wanted to work out the resonant frequency of an inductive circuit, Tony. How would we do it without knowing that 1/2 pi root LC works?
Yeah, I don't know how they imagine that technology works. Like, if you don't have a quantitative prediction, how do you know whether or not the results agree with your expectation? It's like that stupid spinning tennis ball thing.
Look into Nikola Tesla. He was talking to the Watchers. That's why he was so smart.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla didn't think electrons existed.
Again, nobody really wants you to vomit your derangements into an otherwise coherent conversation.
Yeah,
it's in his diary.
It's very kind of you to do it. It's very kind of you to do it voluntarily, but it really isn't what we're here for. We were trying to exchange information more than anything else.
Yeah. Bossatron 4 for $2.99 Australian says, flat earthers hate the progression of humanity. They do. They're going to really fucking hate it when NASA get their Artemis project off the ground. Don Adams for $20, thank you, says, the picture of the giant footprint.
Just like they said they're going to Mars 50 years ago. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk got that covered, no worries. The picture of the giant footprint was from CJ's mum walking around. She had to be that big to push out a turd as big as CJ. Oofed, burn. Then we've got another new member.
Still haven't gone to Mars.
Shush now. And another new member, the reclusive extrovert. Thank you very much. And then we got the last super chat, guys. Thank you very much for €5. So from Pivot Croy, is that FTFE Team Skeptic and Tony dropped so much amazing science? Otherwise, I'd be losing brain cells by the second listening to this. Yes. Sorry, not sorry that I inflict the stupid on you. But we are going to shut down for tonight. CJ, do you have any final words before we close down?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, never mind. I've closed out the call.
Thank you, because I really think that guy is so fucking noxious. He shouldn't have it. He shouldn't have any form of platform. Just at the slightest it's not just that he's deluded or deranged. He is mean-spirited. He seems to be a Holocaust denier. He's a grotesque misogynist. He is just utterly irredeemable, and I really don't think it's healthy or good to have him around.
Yeah,
but,
the only reason I brought him on today was because the Absurdist, who was on to start with, but unfortunately had connection issues, had really wanted to question him on some of his religious beliefs.
Right. Okay.
I think that's probably where we're done with Why You're an Idiot, and I think that was his epic exit from the YouTube world, because I wouldn't be bringing him back on. I know he might be back on Teams tomorrow to talk about the masks thing, and that should be interesting. So, yeah.
And Jessica G points out he's also a COVID denier, and just a general. I mean, the stuff I wipe my ass with, I have a higher opinion of.
You're savage, Tony.
Even after I've used it. So
it's very true. And And it's the thing about flat earthers, so many of them are horrific people. Like, not just idiots, but so many of them are horrible, horrible people. And it's like one goes in hand with the other. I don't get it.
Yeah. Vishanti is giving me a hard time because of my tendency to say a lot. And,
no, but you fucking you killed him.
I do. She's right. Every time I make myself cringe every time I watch one of these feeds back because I'm always going and I'm trying. When I'm watching it back, I'm willing myself just spit it out, you dozy old fool. It's
right. Everyone stutters, especially when live.
Right.
You know, if this was scripted pre-hand, it would all be beautiful and flowing. But this is what happens when you do shit live. You know, fuck it, we'll do it live. But Tony, I do want to say thank you once again for coming on and being as savage and brutal, as well as intelligent as you always are. It's always a pleasure to have you on the channel. And I'm going to arrange a time to have... Thank you very much for the
opportunity.
No worries. I'm going to arrange a time to get you and Professor Bell on. So just me, you, and Bell and Team Skeptic can just have a chat about science and gravity and stuff without the idiocy of a flat earther being with us. I think a lot of people would be looking forward to that chat.
Okay, that'd be great. Phil Bell's somebody I can always learn from. And you are too, so...
you're too kind to me, Tony.
That'll be a fantastic stream.
I wish I was half as smart as you.
I just keep up appearances. That's all I do.
But no, thank you for coming on, and thank you to Team Skeptic, and thank you to the Absurdist. The link to Absurdist channel is in the description, guys. A couple more super chats. Got Tim Pryor for $5 says, "I go against the word of God all the time, and I'm alive. But then again, it's not premarital sex if you're not planning on getting married. Haha." True. And then Glass Monster for $2 says, "Never mind, I closed out the chat." Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, guys. As always, make sure to share on all the social media platforms. I will have a new video out on Monday, which is a two-parter. It's covering Eric Dubé's attempt to debunk Professor Dave. There's going to be part 1 on my channel and then part 2 on Planner Walk's channel. Sunday, I've got another Flat Earth debate with me and a new guy from Facebook. So more stupid for you. But it's 4:30 in the morning. Time for me to go to bed. Thank you everyone for joining. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. Fight the flat. Fight the flat.
Thank you.
Fight the flat.